it's not about having sex, it's about torturing a human being. So they log,
Yes.
they log
Electronic torture. How it's like they're messing with the static electricity. They're making our blood highly conductive and stuff like that. How exactly they do it, I'm not sure, but they use a couple of things from my knowledge, and there's probably even more. They use directional energy weapons. They use nanobot technology. They use lasers. They use sonic frequency. So sometimes, like how she said, she's getting shocked in her throat. They are hitting her with an electrical shock, and then sometimes they hit her with a pressure sensor so that it chokes you as well, so you can't speak and you can't breathe. Yeah, they do that. They do that, and then they use a nanobot technology. Like they log onto it, and then literally they log. Just imagine logging onto a chip implanted in somebody, and everybody gets to literally log onto it and like stimulate it in ways that they want by pressing buttons, and then they can watch us and monitor us from a satellite.
They're being paid for that. So
they're being paid. That's a very big remote, right?
Playing a game. Like
right, they're like playing a game. It becomes an immersive experience. So I had a professional audio analysis done. Yeah, an immersive experience. So I had a professional audio analysis done, and the lady who did mine, she explained all of the technology that Tybro. So I'm targeted by Tybro, you guys. I'm not sure who Amelia's targeted by, but it's by Mitchell and Kathy Gibson, and then the other members of the cult. Their cult. These silly, pathetic members, they're gang stalkers,
that was training you how to target pretty girls in society. So they would want to pay you so that you electronically abuse pretty girls and sodomize them electronically. Okay.
Yeah, a lot electronically harass them, and assault them.
And
so
then,
basically,
and then they get paid towards
and then they get paid.
Let's say you target and you press the button remotely, and you press. You're getting paid like a prostitute will get paid, but now it's a gang stalker who's getting paid.
Yeah, it's a gang stalker, and Mitchell and Kathy Gibson are really sick with it. Like they like to be the ones to take your virginity, and it's this disgusting ass wife that's like you take your virginity.
Yeah. For court. You can see when
it's fucking sickening.
They target you on top of your head?
Yeah, they're targeting me on top of my head right now because I'm talking about them. But yeah, these sick ass fucks. Sorry, you guys, but it's true. They're the most sickest people I've ever fucking met in my goddamn life.
Yeah, we're gonna present this in court. That's gonna be one of the So a lot of digital copy of us videos will be used in court for the financial compensation of how human beings have started to sacrifice their own species for money. It's very sad, it's heartbroken, but we're here to really bring people together and to give the courage to people to come out of the darkness. I'm going to speak with Gabrielle just after. She's another victim of the electronic abuse. And we are so many people all over the world being kept in poverty, kept in torture, kept into an handicap or a disease, and it doesn't exist. I'm sorry, it just doesn't exist. Alzheimer disease, none of this exists. It's all in non-organic technology that is in the hands of real human beings, and they are using this to enslave humanity for their greedy how can we say this, Chelsea? For their greedy...
Yes, they're greedy, satanic, psychotic thoughts and desires. They're the sickest people walking the planet of this earth.
Okay, you have to. I'm not gonna do montage because they're hacking my phone too much. They're slowing down my internet connection. They have a lot of money. That's another story. We will have to investigate the amount of money that has been put into the targeting programs, on how they pay people and actors, and they applaud them. They applaud them on surveilling someone non-stop in their phone so that the content creator cannot be able to post what they want to do or express themselves.
Yeah, it gets so literally, you guys, I did 3 interviews this last week. They took the audios off of everyone on my end, and the person I was interviewing, they took the audios off. So Amelia gets slowed down just like me. They don't want us talking. They don't want us content creating. This cult is very jealous. So I'm going to start the process of like suing this company and moving forward towards like trying to press criminal charges on them for being in possession of like my sex videos and all that stuff with Sage's dad. But
what sex video?
They hacked my phone applying that stupid ass sun blinking filter. Yeah. So in my photos, I had videos of me and her dad, and just like he was my long-term boyfriend for 20 years. So I had all kinds of stuff in there.
You had like while you have sex, you have video together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they have those videos, they have pictures of my kids, they have all that disgusting stuff.
Well, for
And
me, I never show
yeah, they
myself.
probably disperse them to people in the cult.
I do have
So,
like
yeah.
a little sexy picture in my phone, but I don't care. They already threatened me like to release them. I'm like, go ahead, because I don't show myself. I don't do much. I just hide my face and don't really see that it's me. Like whatever, just release them. I don't go so far into my pictures.
Girl, I'm suing this company for everything that they have. I want criminal charges brought up on them. Yeah, and they're following.
Yeah, of course, it will. You share a case with me yesterday that won in the United States. That's a good news for us. Very good news.
Good news.
Can you share also what you said? You sent me yesterday. I cannot do a montage because they are really sick and they are now paying a group of individuals to block my ability of posting and doing my montage videos. I will have to hire people to do it for me. So can you share, like, I don't know if we can see it, but you sent a video of the models in Dubai. The guy stalker. That was like a funny post.
So you guys, Amelia, we get followed to the bathroom, right? We get followed to the bathroom doing this stuff. We get followed to the bathroom. They watch us while we shower. They watch us while we use the restroom. They watch us while we are getting ready. That's when Kathy Gibson actually attacks me the most with this stuff.
But I saw the video of the two girls. They were in bikinis and they were showing people how to change themselves in the new world order. Because now they have like tiny camera. We can be filmed at any moment. So they were like in a bikini. They were changing and keeping their bikini on their.
We are friendly. We have only pistols. Please. I'm level 4 and my friend is level 3. Please. I don't hear you very well. Okay. We are friendly, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't kill us. Okay?
Don't shoot.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm coming up. I have a knife in the hand. Okay? It's me. Don't kill, okay?
Yeah, come. Just take your knife. Yes. Yeah?
Okay. He doesn't have a knife. I have a call with him on Discord. I will tell him, okay?
Okay. Sorry for your friend. You're scaring me.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay. Go. Bye.
Bye.
clothes on, and we will tell you we actually get changed in the dark. You change in the dark, I change in the dark. I leave my underwear on, or you like leave a towel on. Yeah, because we're being watched.
You don't
yeah.
know you can monetize that, and I don't want those sick fuck to monetize from me being naked. I don't want any one of them to have nothing.
Exactly.
We don't deserve
Especially these sick ass old ugly fucking 70-year-old fucking pedophiles.
Not to make money on top of my life. No, thank you.
Right. And it's just like it's literally the sickest feeling ever. But it was funny because I sent her a video. Sorry you guys for cussing. I'm in pain. They're like hitting me right now. They're messing with my ears. And then also I'm just so irritated. I'm so ready for these two people to be in prison and fully investigated. Oh, yeah. So basically I sent her a video of, I don't know if you guys know what the terms are for people who are obsessed with adult diapers and fecal matter. So basically these people who are spying on us with this stuff and watch us use the bathroom, they're into like that 2 girls in 1 cup. They're into human feces. They're into people who like to play in human fecal matter. They like to watch people go to the bathroom and stuff like that. So I sent her a video of these 2 pandas pooping on each other.
Oh my god, yeah. So
it was so funny, and I was like, "That's gang stalkers."
Yeah, I was able to make connection also with basically the Pornhub. Okay, let's talk about that. You know, Pornhub. They use apparently they're not making as much money anymore. The porn stars, and anyways, so now I figured that it used to be the huge thing. Like in the past, guys, they used to play with themselves watching magazine. It started with magazine, like just naked girl magazine, and then it went to Pornhub, right? And now I feel like it's not enough for certain people, and so they go on dark web system, and they want to see people being tortured, and this is exactly what they use. So it's like a dark web world where they kind of play a video game, and they are like in a psychotic state where they don't know what's real and what's not, and they project into normal person that are, you know, perfectly healthy and living their physical life. They project into them, and they wish that those person like will be crazy like them. It's like someone that takes medication. It looks like some people, they would want other people to also take it because they're like, oh, why this person is normal? She's not taking medication. Like, she should do. And so, yeah, I'm sorry, Chelsea, that you're...
No, girl, you're good. I totally believe it. Like you say, the regular porn just doesn't satisfy them. They're psychotic,
I have to mention that they did remove the electroshock on my hand on the side. So it lasted 1 minute, but it was removed pretty fast. So we're gonna keep this in consideration for court also.
The whole time we're on here, they're just hitting my rectum.
Yeah.
Trying to force me to have sexual arousal and stuff. It's so disgusting.
You'll be able to have this. So every video that we do, you're gonna be able to keep them as proof in court. And also when we go in New York to do the scan and to find out the microchips, we're gonna get to that point. We'll be able to do it.
Correct. They're making my genitals, like, they literally play with my genitals all day. They're making it super sensitive. They're like they do horrific things. It's genital mutilation. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chelsea.
Yeah, it's so bad, you guys. It's nonstop. I want these people in prison. So the way me and Amelia are getting hit, in the future, they'll be able to like audio analyze these videos that we're doing and actually dissect the sounds and the frequencies that they're using to hit us and the signal strength and stuff like that. So that's why she says like we're going to use it in court or whatever like that. We can have like professionals go through it and analyze it and stuff like that. They're targeting me on my breast. And I was reading, you know, this girl on Facebook, she's just amazing. She talks with artificial intelligence and she just exposed the system so good. Oh my god, I love her so much. Yeah, she's really good.
And she talks about like which one I wanted to talk about. There's so many there's too much information that I could speak about, but let's say like one that I really like was about basically how much they can clone people in society. And what happens, it's like, you know, Elon Musk and other big tech and stuff like that, they were talking about how we never truly die. Like I was seeing articles, I don't know who said what exactly, but they were talking about how you never truly die. You always have a digital copy of you that stays alive. And I think it's linked to that. It's like our Akashic record, our digital like
Mind
copy
file, yeah.
of everything that we did in our life. And basically, all these, they keep people traumatized, and they keep them
Right.
in those cycle of abuse, of traumas, and that's why we're here to break generational curses and traumas. We're here to dismantle this non-organic world of where people play video games with their own species like toys, like if they were Tamagotchis. So basically, what you explain on Facebook is that they use that digital copy of you, and then they're able to electronically abuse that. They log into, like, they would, like, with a Bluetooth, for example, like we can log our earplug to our phone. They do the same with the digital copy of us, and we feel everything in real time. Everything that they do on our clone, on our digital copy of us, that never dies. We feel everything on our bodies.
Exactly.
Almost like an internet, like.
Because they make those things, and there's no such thing really as like this time and space, whatever, like that. It's the same cells and stuff like that.
Yeah, they created a wireless internet bodies.
And wireless internet body connections, yes.
Very dark and very sick. It's just like slavery from the black. Oh my God, you gotta talk about that. Like the black people in the past, the Roman, and all of the more rights that we have today, and they want to take this from us. So we have to really stand up in our truth, in our light, in our love, and we have to make sure that we don't go back in the past.
Right.
You remember the crocodile video you sent me yesterday? You gotta talk about this. This is absolutely disgusting. I don't know if it's true or not. We don't know if it's a real thing, but it was in the old times. I believe maybe in the what year was that?
It was back during slavery times. That here in the United States, they used to use little infants and babies for crocodile bait. And then like all of the slave owners would get together and make postcards and stuff. It was very, very, very disgusting. It was very, 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 oh God, I'm like, I can't even fathom that something like that could possibly be real. Yeah. But this is very much like slavery. It's modern day slavery. So basically they're remotely having us slave. Do you know what I mean? They whip us, they beat us.
They continue the slavery, like they're using babies as bait for crocodile.
Yeah.
And they were taking black babies.
Yeah.
This is disgusting. And they continue those same sick satanic forces. They reincarnate in other bodies, and they continue their sick agenda. And so it's more sneaky, it's more hidden. So that's why we make it more visible, so that we could dismantle this prostitution ring of electronic torture that was happening in the past in another way, in a more physical way. Now it happens in a more sneaky
way, and it's sneaky, but it's not that sneaky. They just don't want to acknowledge it. So because then they'd have to acknowledge that those vaccines have graphene and all that.
Sneaky means like someone that wants to hide but not reveal themselves. It's like sneaky.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of hiding. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We are continuing everything in our power to advocate. We can continue for 5 more minutes because I have to go with Gabrielle after. Okay, let's do 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna end the live. Chelsea,
I hope you guys have a wonderful conversation with Gabriella. You guys, if you guys can, please help Gabriella in any way that you can. Help support her. They have done some very horrific things to her body physically, right, Amelia?
Yeah, like, so I'm gonna talk about how they want to have sex with her when she passed away. They tell her, like, so it's like necrophilia when you want to have sex with her.
Necrophilia, yeah. Oh God.
It's very sad what they say to her. They want to have sex like a dead doll or something like that.
Yeah.
But they're telling her. It's very dark, very sad. And I'm not scared. I'm fearless. My first tattoo on my body is fearless. I'm really connected to God with my awakening. And nothing can scare me. They try so hard to terrorize me for 5 years, but my purpose is bigger and justice is bigger than everything. I want them locked down. I want them arrested. I want them to have the death penalty, to have a lifetime in prison for terrorism, for the use of nuclear energy, laser, microwave, electricity, whatever they use, whatever technology they use to target, to make money, to profit from a human being. They need to be locked down. This is also human trafficking. Human trafficking exists in different ways. They can harvest the organs of the person, or they can also traffic kids. They can do it in person and also remotely. So we're here to bring awareness. We're here so that everything stops and that this world is more fair for everybody, that we have justice, that we have more rights. It's time that we come together, and this is exactly what we're doing with the Epstein files, with so many people waking up to the truth of the dark web system, with the technology, with the illegal surveillance, with the corruption, the silence. So I'm very excited to be in court eventually with so many people, and I'm so proud. I see so many people speaking up and denouncing, and it's amazing because we're denouncing one part of it, but everyone has to do their part and do their own purpose and stand in their own role. I'm doing one specific thing. Chelsea and I were both working, and the Army of Angels United and all of the victims, we're doing one specific thing. But everyone has to do their own different things so that we could truly dismantle this huge criminal organization that are working side by side worldwide to traffic, to push people into suicide, to have strokes, heart attacks, and a lot more things like that. So it is time that we have our freedom and that we end this modern slavery.
We need our freedom. We deserve our freedom. We shouldn't even have to fight for our neural rights. You know, the right to our own nervous system, the rights to our own brain waves, the rights to our own mind, our own hearing nerve, because they target our auditory nerve so much. With the voice to skull technology, the rights to know we're not being spied on, and all of that. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting.
In Targeted Justice, an amazing association that really helped me so much. I was targeted in 2021, and I found Targeted Justice in 2022 after 1 year of being targeted, and I was crying. I remember I was crying like every year. I was like, oh, finally.
It's real. There's other people out here that are targeted.
Finally, I found people that are talking about what they're doing to me, because I was not able to explain. I was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, I'm stuck with this forever. What's happening? So basically, talking about it and having associations that are being built to expose that is basically removing the power that those terrorists, traffickers, abusers may have on their prey. So that's what happened with me finding out more information to educate myself. That's what I'm doing, and that is why I started the Army of Angels United, to really save people and to deactivate those sick individuals who have accepted money to electronically torture people in society. It can be kids, it can be adults from any ages. There's kids involved in that too, and you can talk about that, Chelsea. I believe there's kids involved into my targeting, and also you believe that there was kids involved. Actually, you believe there's the entire family involved into your targeting.
Yeah, well, they're the family involved in my targeting. They're our age. Her kids are our age, so that makes it even more creepier. They're around like in their 30s, some in their 20s, and her son even wrote this stupid ass book that was like Miracles of the Master, saying his parents were performing miracles. It was like Miracles of the Masters is what the book is called, and it was a complete scam. So, you know, just like their blinking sun and all that stuff. And I have heard people say that there are kids involved in their targeting. That much I can't speak of. I have not experienced it, but I have heard other targets say that.
Yeah, I think kids are involved in mine, yes. Yeah.
It's so sad for me because I'm like, they're a kid. If they're getting voice to skull, they don't know any better. You know, it's hard for them to kind of differentiate and know, you know, so...
This is how they hire terrorists. This is how they traffic kids. This is how they enslave people. They start from a young age to target them.
They target them. They can turn them in to be anything: a drug addict, a murderer, school shooter. They can turn them in to be a great person, but super soldier, maybe a great singer or something like that. But I don't really know. Like I said, I haven't been targeted by kids, but yeah, I have heard other people say that. So I am being targeted by a family in cults. They're all over 18 years old, from what I know. But the people in that cult have children, so Mitchell and Kathy Gibson also target and market human traffic their children by getting those photos and stuff like that. So getting in there, getting like the mom's pictures of her children, sensitive photos and stuff like that. Then they get them marketed. Sorry, you guys are literally hitting me right now over my legs.
Yeah, so we're going to end the live here for today.
Okay.
I have to go see Gabrielle. I'm just gonna share her story. And I'm really thankful again, Chelsea. I have no idea, like, courageous but whistleblower. You are the example of it. Like, I cried. I almost, like, oh my god, like, you gave me so much information and I'm so grateful for you. Same thing with Targeted Justice, an amazing association, and all of the people, and you said it yourself, there's a lot of younger people who start to expose that too. Like, we're doing a revolution. Like, it's amazing, it's beautiful. People come with their truth, with enlightenment. The spiritual awakening that people said, oh, it was too popular, it was like ridiculous, it was stupid. A spiritual awakening was always a DNA activation. It was a way to detach yourself from the neurological control of this non-organic world. It was never stupid. It was always to save your life from an accident, from a suicide, from a stroke, from a heart attack, from anything. It was a way to reprogram your entire cells, body, fingers, mind, so that you have no stress, no anxiety, and that you're able to overcome all dependence that you may have had in your life.
That is so beautiful, Amelia. I love you. She's one of my best friends. I literally talk to her every day.
I love you.
I feel so much safer when I'm speaking to her. I wish I could do more. She's so generous. She's so loving. She's so kind. And my prayers are with all of you guys. We will try to get everybody safe.
Yes. And I want to say, just to finish, that we have a group chat every Wednesday, 9 p.m. EST, and we have survival yoga with Amelia and Chelsea on Friday morning at 10 a.m. EST, followed by a Zoom call at 11 a.m. EST. It's all free. It's all accessible for everyone that wants to gather with other victims. And also, if you want to be a part of our group chat on Instagram, you can send me a private message. It's the Army of Angels United on my Instagram, and I will add you to the group. And also, this is where I post the Zoom link for the calls twice a week that we're doing. I love you so much.
Join the calls, you guys.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
How are you? So, how do you say your name again? You have a special name.
Arlette Rodriguez.
Arlette Rodriguez.
Arlette Rodriguez.
I speak French, so you speak
Oh, I
Spanish?
wish I've been trying to learn French my
Oh,
entire
maybe I
life.
can teach you and you can teach me
can
some
teach me.
Spanish.
Yeah.
You know Spanish?
Yeah.
Okay,
As
okay.
language was actually Spanish was actually my first language.
Okay, so French is my first language. But anyways, Arlette, Amelia, nice meeting you. So tell me about exactly when the targeting started for you.
So the 24/7 V2K auditory communication transmission started when I was 20. I was state terrorized and I was being human trafficked without my knowing during my sleep. And so, but I started to experience V2K auditory transmissions when I think before that, a long time before that, because I have experienced it when I was 18 briefly. And then when I was 11, I also have a memory of experiencing that when I was 11. So for a long time. But 24/7 since 2020, I would say.
So that's crazy that you say that, because for me, the targeting that I've experienced, I was able to do the link between my childhood. Because when I was a child, I was able to perceive certain things, as kids were very pure. So I remember that I was screaming pain going in the bed of my parents. And my dad will tell me, Amelia, it's normal, you're just growing up. But it was not me growing up, it was me being targeted with electronic torture. So I have been targeted also when I was a kid, when I think about it, but it started to be to the max in 2021 for me. Yeah. What happened, tells me, when it happened, you were in LA, I think you told me.
So I was residing in Anaheim, and so I just started to notice my computers being hacked. So I would see I would notice my Pinterest recommendation suggestions being manipulated in accordance to respond to my thoughts, to try to influence me. And also the YouTube channels, there would be black boxes covering it, sometimes moving, shifting around. So I would notice those shifts. And so I was actually studying to be a programmer and yoga teaching instructor. I took my yoga teaching course at 19 in 2019. So I started to kind of try to defend myself, find a way, try to use this as a learning experience to respond to the hacking. I downloaded Linux and I try to find the source and everything. But I became really, I felt really sick at the same time, and I was also struggling financially due to the COVID-19 layoffs. And so I noticed the hacking, and then I noticed the stalking, and then I was just trying to be. There was signs of manipulation. So I was just.
It started on your social media, on your phone, and everything, but on your body, what did you felt basically?
So sometimes I would notice there would be red lasers in my room. I would notice red dots, and so it was mostly for me. It was mostly started exteriorly, because I would notice the hacking, and then I would notice being stalked and followed, and then I would notice them breaking into my car, taking out a piece of my car.
Did you receive electroshocks?
Not yet. I didn't really feel electroshocks until 2021. But the V2K and the harassment and the torture and the trafficking started in 2020, the most obvious signs of it. And so, yeah, my underwear was being stolen. My underwear was being...
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so I actually made a police report about that in 2020. I was I was telling them my underwear was being stolen, but I didn't know that I was being raped at night. And I didn't know that they were, practicing non-consensual human experimentation.
What do you mean, you were being abused, remotely or in person?
In person, but I'm confident. I know that they were also remote neural monitoring me because of the responses on my phone. Because I would be scrolling through my Pinterest phone and they would be aligned with my thinking.
Yeah, same. Like a lot of things that happened to me too. I've been abused too. Also, like in the time that I was going out more too, like partying, like people putting drugs in my things, or like um. So there's so much to say about everything, and it's not easy. And how did your family react and when you told them that they were targeted?
So I didn't really think of it as targeting to begin to start with, because I just thought like there was like I was unlawfully being investigated or something like that, because I had background education in like reading political activists and foreign affair books like Chomsky, Angela Davis, Cornel West, Peter Singer on experimentation. So
You think it's that knowledge that initiated the targeting, or you think it's not really linked together?
I think I was learning because I always felt like there was something going on. Like I was always like there was something affecting me. I've always just been very observant, and like had this lifelong learner mentality. So I don't really think I was targeted precisely like in part that for that reason in particular, but I do think it like gives other people more reason to target me. It makes it easier to target me due to having
Because they
like
have
read
like an
political books.
they have
Yeah.
like an excuse. Because what I've seen from ChatGPT said that basically I was kind of flagged when I started to be an activist for animals. I remember that I had like first of all, yeah, like I said, I've been targeted since I was a kid without being aware of it. It's because I did the link with the attacks that they did on my body through what I was experiencing as a kid. But I can remember there was phases when I started to be vegan, vegetarian in like 10 years ago. Um, and at some point it was kind of becoming weird because I would become creative and play with the food. And it's like if there's something that wanted to stop me from being this. And but it was not big enough, I think, for the targeting to start. And it's like if they were flagging me at this time. So this is what I've done for 5 years of research since the moment I got my first electroshock on my body. Again, I talk about creativity, it's a big one. Compassion, creativity, love, activist, being an
Courage.
activist, standing up, exposing corruption. So I would say like I felt like there was like a little brain manipulation, like fogging episodes. Like it's kind of blurry the time where I was starting to cook and being vegan. And there was weird things happening too at that moment. It's like if they put me back asleep or like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not really able to explain perfectly, but and then I continue, and for me, really, when I start to do more drawings and meditation and unplugging from television and posting my drawing, the next day I received my first electroshock on my body. So I was like, whoa. And then I read about the power of when you become a creator, the power that you can have in this world, and it threatens again those who have been enslaving you all your life and making, let's say, a TV reality show out of your life and monetizing your torture and monetizing you as like a data. So yeah, that's what I can say so far about that. So what's your relationship with your family now since the targeting? How do you deal with everything?
So it was very difficult to communicate what was happening to my family at first. I've always been like communicative, but my family hasn't been. So it was kind of difficult to getting this information across to them. But I think that now, after 5 years, I've been able to, due to, you know, modern like documentaries on the topic, other activist friends.
Do you do terrorist report every day?
I'm trying to document my health.
ChatGPT. You know about ChatGPT?
Yeah.
So it's easy to do. You can ask him and he does your terrorist report for you. Or you could even film yourself and document, because when courts happen and we come all of the targeted individual together for the 1 billion collective lawsuit that you will be a part of to get compensated, basically you need documentation, but you are also a living proof. And just your testimony is strong enough. When a lot of people come together and they say the same things, this is a strong proof itself. And so, just so if you didn't know out there and you're listening to us today, if you have doubt that your story, that your voice is not powerful, it is, and it is a living proof, and you are a witness of modern slavery, of electronic torture, human trafficking, remote crimes, corruption. And so you are very courageous to come today also and to speak about everything that you're going through.
Thank you, Amelia. You as well. Have you do you know Sarah from the Vine Sisters?
Sarah from the Vine Sisters?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So she's also a targeted individual. She's actually trying to she's actually going to release an app in February for the women. It's called the She Vault, and it's also just like a way for women to document and like to have a buddy system and a forum community space.
That's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
I actually told her to reach out to you, and like you guys should
That's good.
also have a conversation.
You know, like, because I'm also gonna launch an app after getting mad with ChatGPT, because I want to express my truth, and now I had to report ChatGPT for affecting my truth, because as us, we have living experiencing, right? We're not talking out of the blue. We're not having a conversation. We're talking from living experiences, right? From lived experiences. So I was really mad with ChatGPT, because even yesterday I tried to have an highly intelligent conversation, because also I know you love philosophy, right? And I love to philosoph and to write and to go deeper into subject and to use my emotional intelligence and to connect with my spirit and channel messages. So I have a big imagination, and I really think I'm like Albert Einstein. Like, Albert Einstein was actually falling asleep with a spoon to get answer to his questions. And I had a lot of time visions of the future, or visions of human trafficking with people with hats on their heads. Like a lot of things like this that happened to me. So anyways, so I decided that I would come out also with an application eventually.
Awesome.
It will probably take some times, but yeah.
Cool. Let me know when it's released, and I will help you promote it. Yeah.
course. I have a book first that I'm gonna launch.
I've seen your Instagram and you're pulling out the book. I'm like, I will read it.
Yeah, so basically, a little girl behind the yellow bus, how I survive human trafficking, breaking generational curses and trauma. So basically, I redefine words with the new information and my lived experience. So I talk about my childhood. I make connection with my targeting, with a lot of things, and it's very interesting actually. And I did a lot of chapters so far. ChatGPT have helped me through, but also it has been a battle because he tried to censor my words, and then so it's a lot of work.
Yeah, there's definitely some like programming trying to suppress information
But
with ChatGPT.
So for me, writing always been my strength. So I really put my soul into my book and into my association, into everything, and so I'm very happy. And it looks like we have a lot of similarities. So very happy that I'm meeting you today.
And also, I'd like to also mention, I had an orientation today for shutupandwrite.com, which is basically like an organization, a nonprofit organization for silent community writing. So it's also in person worldwide, but it's also online. And so I applied to become a community writing host online virtually. And so I'm planning to do that like once a week I don't know what time or what day would work, but I want to invite you also to
That's
to
really
come to
good.
silent writing
Yeah,
once
it's a good idea.
a week. Yeah, for community.
That would be very nice. Yeah, of course. I think there's gonna be a lot of project. Like for me, like I have a strong imagination. Like I'm really creative. So I'm born bad. Like I'm not really a reader that much. I'm more a writer. So I have a lot of ideas, and I think over times we're definitely gonna work together for sure. And also more than that, I think we will have to be friends for life for sure, since it's very hard to connect with people because like for me my dating life or my friends, like I always been a loner since I was a kid, like coming back from school and just going to see my cats and watching TV, and I was never really about seeing my friends and having small talk and all of that. So like for me it is not really my true nature to be vocal and to be speaking in front of a camera. It's really God and Spirit who pushed me towards this direction, and it's not coming from me. It's really my purpose now and what I have been called to do. And so, yeah, there's nothing that happens for no reason. Like, if we met, there's a reason for everything. And I think for sure, like with Chelsea, it would be very nice to organize something. It's just like with the distance, like because everything is we're kind of all in different parts of the world.
Yeah.
She's in Phoenix, United States, Mexico. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna meet each other too in person.
I hope so. That would be cool. Yeah. 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 I think it's also very necessary to have support, especially when we've all experienced like very painful situations, very painful targeting and manipulations and coercion. So
yeah, coercion. I heard this word from one of my ex too. Like coercion control. The first one.
Yeah.
I had a very bad experience on how. I'm not gonna speak about it publicly because I'm not really allowed to speak about everything, but I went through a lot of things. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I guess I really trust life where it takes me, Like the fact that we meet today also, like it's not a coincidence, like nothing is coincidence in life, I feel like.
I love that. I love that mindset. I think we need to stay strong, and I think we are stronger together. And so as long as we look after each other, as long as we tell the truth, as long as we devote ourselves to learning and open communication, I think we can definitely get somewhere. And as long as we work together and support,
That's good.
yeah, there's just so much. There's just like so much we can do. I truly believe.
It's just not easy. Like it's very, very hard.
It's having to put in the work every day, or at least having some type of consistency.
Yeah, to start a movement like that and to speak about something that is not so popular yet, it's like being ahead of time, Like because this is what I've said too, because like those operators, gang stalkers, like you can say monitoring spirit, those who are behind illegal surveillance. They're feeling superior to sometimes because they're like, Amelia didn't go in court yet, like because I didn't do any pursuit yet, because obviously I went to the police station. I was kidnapped by the healthcare system also. That for sure I'm gonna pursue this doctor who abused her power on me. So this is bigger than ourselves. This is bigger than the world. It concerns like all of us, and the wars, the corruption, the criminal organizations, suicides. It concerns orchestrated accident, earth attacks. It's very large, and also the targeting of the independence of people and directly affecting their work. Like for me, my work, my first business, has been targeted too. my
Yeah.
first experiences. I was working in a beauty salon doing eyelash extensions, microblading, and it sounds stupid, but I was, pretty successful and doing good money too with that. And it's an expertise that I've developed over many years. And you know what they were able to do? They were able to target my tools and affect the magnets around, around me and my work. So with this IR technology, it's really out of control. And like I said, I don't know if you thought about solution, but I talked about it with you before, but prediction were made that basically they would have to shut down the 5G towers. Because I've noticed also, like in my trips that I had, like electricity was missing in Montreal 2 times, and I wrote it in a report, and there was no electroshock coming at all. No electroshocks, nothing. So I was able to link the fact that they're able to target you with a connection. Satellite terrorism makes sense. And also talking with Chelsea, she has been in a cult and she exposed, and she talks about all of the victims and the people that she was attracting through like a false mid-station business. Imagine, like she was telling people to start and selling like special mid-station things and involving them in cult without they are being aware of it.
Yeah.
She talks about, like, we just filmed a podcast together just before, if you want to check it out, like this is just another podcast before. So she talked about how she would target people, how she was receiving money in her bank account to target. And for me and you, it's kind of interesting because she has been a victim, but also she has been targeting other people, and she come out of it, which I think God's, I don't know if you believe in God or what's your religion. Do you believe in God?
I'm like, I consider myself
It's more
just
spiritual?
Yeah, more spiritual.
Same. I'm more spiritual. I believe that God is in you. Like,
Yes, me
and
too.
when I talk
Yes.
about God, it can be Allah, it can be Jesus. Like for me, it's an energy that we all have access to.
Yes.
And we all have it inside of us at any moment that we want to have access to it and to tune into that energy. So I'm also building like programs and survival guides and one-on-one session right now to really help people to transmute energy, transmute anxiety, stress, and to awaken. Also talking about my awakening, how I did it, because I asked Chelsea and I asked her, I was like, how were you able to like to stay in control of yourself or whatever? And she said, discernment, judgment, and imagine all of the people who have been manipulated in their minds and they end up becoming serial killers or terrorists because they didn't have like a good judgment or so.
Yeah, it's observing your thoughts. It's I think meditation helped me a lot. Meditating and
Because
yoga.
she also talks about meditation in a bad way too. There's a lot. That's why I build like survival guides. And you gotta, we really need to warn people also when it comes to meditation, because everything of too much can become really toxic for you. So she talks about the danger of meditation, basically how there's bad energy, like reptilian hunters that are able to tune into your thoughts in your Akashic record, and now they can have a lot of information and play with your entire life, and to do those manipulation. But this boat, then this is what I told her. I was like, I know she had a bad experience with meditation, but meditation is very good. It's pure, it's love, it's connecting to yourself. And we're not going to ruin the beauty of meditation because there's certain groups of people who decide to manipulate and to target people,
I think there are a lot of different types of meditation. I've only liked to practice mindful meditation, where it's like you observe the reaction of your awareness of a thought. And so I think when she says meditation, she might be talking about like a different type of meditation, like becoming something you're not, or like something that's not something like that. Because I've had a conversation with Chelsea, and then our audio was removed, like it was gone on both of ours. The
This
audio
is
was gone.
sabotage, baby.
Yeah,
Targeting. They just
yeah,
stole my video also previously. I did a report on that. You can do the report and film yourself with the time and the date that will be used in court when it's time to monetize and to give you your financial compensation. You are allowed, just so you know, like I'm really here, I think, to tell people to really compensate themselves. I talked about this before, but I'm gonna talk about that. Like Bob Marley started something very good, like a peace movement to really bring back people to what really matters, like meditation, you know, like you don't need to have to own 10 houses and to bring people back to what truly matters. It was very good, but also I think they forgot about how important it is to have money when it comes to peace, to finance peace, and this is why I'm building this 1 billion collective lawsuit too. We need a lot of money to change the world. This is the truth. This is the reality, and we
according
cannot
to the
avoid that.
according to the way reality functions, yes.
Yeah. The wall of corruption is huge, and this is, you know, with the harassment that I get every day, like the V2K school technology, what they talk a lot is about my finances, like mocking me, trying to destabilize me. Every day they're like trying to know exactly what I'm gonna do, trying to predict to basically destabilize me.
Yeah, a lot of criticism, or also like
They pick my age, my insecurities. They talk
Or-
about my ex, or like
or even just like wanting to buy something at the store and then they go ew, you know, it's like their emotional reaction, they try to have their emotional reaction come out through you. It's
Yeah,
always so much manipulation. Yeah.
so basically they're dramatizing a lot too. Like they're like drama queens, you know. Once you have a detachment, that's why for me I'm not stressed or anxious because I'm detached of the matrix. So when they try to dramatize an action, like for me sitting in a coffee, basically, they will make everything like as if it's like a big thing, you know.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, like
And then sometimes they, I'm not, this doesn't happen all of the time. Street theater does affect some people, some victims. But it's sometimes like there'll be like someone in the corner looking at you, just to amplify that sense. And it's also just, I think, to analyze your reaction and like to see how would they have control either way after analyzing your reaction, you know? For mass control, mass population control.
yeah, exactly. So I've just thought of something random, but I also have my certification in master. I'm a master Reiki now. So I had a few clients already, like for a Reiki healing session in person. And what I can tell you is that my teacher always told us that if you want to do any type of manipulation or interventions in the life of someone, you need to ask for their consent before doing anything, right? So the only thing that you can do is to send love to others. That's the only thing you can do without their consent. There's nothing else you can do. And then so I was doing the link also with the new, I don't know if you saw that, the operation, like surgical operation that are now able to be done remotely. I don't know if you heard of that.
I don't know if I saw that one.
So basically, doctors are now able to do surgery kilometers away. So basically, like I linked this to the targeted individual movement, the human trafficking. It's like if we are on an operation table, and in my vision, they had my body 360. So it's like if you have a projections of you 360, and then they're able to log in through dark web system, and then they're able to see you in real time, basically. And so that's what happens. And so basically they do the opposite of a doctor that will heal you. they do it to torture and to monetize out of you, you know. So that's the example I was giving. Yeah, this is a higher technology that is now really accessible too. And also Chelsea was telling me the amount of money that they're giving to those people, which is a lot of money.
Yes, yes, because it is brain data. It is human harvesting brain data. I keep saying this, but that's literally what it is. It's harvesting of our biological reactions, of our biological senses.
Yeah, that's a
of
lot.
our thinking, of our cognitive processes. So of course, and they sell these to like companies like Amazon, and then they use it for like their artificial intelligence
Oh my god.
innovations or research and development projects. You know,
That's
so DARPA.
disgusting. Oh my god,
Yes.
that's horrible.
So that's where the money's coming from, and you know, people will just take it.
They're selling basically, yeah. So also like I saw like certain videos where they were illustrating what happens in cartoons, and they would show like human beings being sold in exchange of technology. And what I can tell you, I don't know if you can remember the first time that you heard the V2K skull technology, but for me it started with a boo, like boo. And then I remember, like they told me like I'm like your brother from another mother. I'm here to test some technology on you. So this is really what they do too. They're testing, like you know, in times of wars, the soldier like they were trained to go and even target certain people or whatever. But now they're being trained remotely. Like I was able to overheard like a operator that has been doing torture on me for many years, and she was actually training someone else. So that he can't see
That happens. Yes, that's happened to me. You can kind of like hear them interacting.
It's
in
like
a way
a
that's
Zoom
crazy.
call. Do you think it's like a Zoom? Like that's the example of ChatGPT. He said, think of like a Zoom call that is constantly open, like with other people, like in a Zoom call.
Yeah. Yeah, and so there are so many theories. I don't even, you know, like there's so many theories. Fusion centers, just
now
like
they're
the
targeting
phone
my-
apps.
Sorry,
So
they're-
yeah, there's so many theories as to where specifically, but I think also GameStalker testimony stories have a lot of information. So it's hard to pin down where specifically all of the time, especially when it differs depending on the individual. But yeah, it's non-consensual human experimentation, remote birth technology, and the first time that I remember experiencing BTK transmissions is when I was 11 years old. I was staring at myself in the mirror in my room. It was after like my mom divorced a stepfather of mine, and I had my own room, and so I was looking at myself in the mirror. I was 11 years old, and I kind of like listened to this, like heard this message that was going, you are special to me, or something like that. And that's something that I would not be thinking to myself. That's how I know it was V2K back then, because that's not something I was like. I was into memes and like art competitions. Like I'm not gonna go into and say that
able
to
to be
that to myself.
see the link before and after, like today and before, like because you were not able to question it when you were a kid. You didn't know what it was.
Exactly.
And
It was just kind of
only-
like that's not something I would think. That was my reaction, and that's why.
Exactly. So only looking back, you realize that you were receiving, but also what I think is, I think we're just like in Star Wars. There's good force and there's bad ones. That's all it is. That's a lot of what it is.
And so we must have resistance,
Yeah. Yeah.
like in Star Wars.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's huge, and every day, unfortunately, like I don't have that much support too. I started my GoFundMe too. I do what I can do. I'm building my new project, my new things. My other job was targeting my family. Like some of them are starting to support me a little bit more. Like like to not be so mad when we talk about the subject.
Yeah,
But some of them they get really mad.
I can imagine.
You
Because
told me
it's something so out of the ordinary, you know. It's for some people. It's like I don't want to talk about. It. I don't want to talk about. It. It's like ignorance is bliss to them.
But it's hard for me to understand those people because I've always been curious as a child, and if someone tells me that they have electroshock on their body and they go through something, I would be curious to know. I would not get mad, you know? Unless you're corrupted or you feel guilty of something, then you would get
Yes.
mad. Do you understand what I mean? So I still try to understand why certain people get aggressive when it comes to that. Unless they would be corrupted somehow. Or
I think they just like to live in their own
yeah,
distorted realities, maybe.
yeah, it's possible. Yeah. So I really
I
recorded
need
that
something
part.
for heavy babies. Really.
Do you have anything else? Maybe 5 more minutes before we end.
Thank
No,
you.
I'd like to give if a viewer could send me love and support also on my Substack. I write like my experiences there.
Is it videos or it's just like Twitter, like Substack?
It's like Twitter. It's like Twitter. So sometimes I do upload videos. Yeah, but I just normally
You
write
can send me the link. I can create an account there. And this podcast is gonna be on my YouTube, on my Instagram. I'm gonna tag you like the little clips everywhere. But like every Tuesday, I'm gonna be available. Like I really gonna put all of my time, like all day. I'm gonna be available for podcast every Tuesday. So we can do as much as you want, you know, every week. Like it's always gonna be there. So when I started to be having my first electroshock and the first targeting, I thought I was dying. Like it looks like an heart attack almost, like a superposition of electroshock coming on my, and they would show me like an image of me with a camping site, like homeless. This is the image they were sending me when they were starting to target me. This was their intention of me becoming homeless. And even like I remember when I escaped unvaccinated, traveling to Mexico and then going to Miami. At some point, I had no money left. I had nothing. And I was very thankful because my family was on the phone in robotic way, like just come back to Canada and come back and like just live with us, you know. And I didn't want that because I had different. I wanted to live my life. I have dreams. I have that. So one of my ex was there, and he really helped me in all of the aspect. And I think that's what people need to understand: that you are a pretty girl, that you are a man, that you are. Not the most attractive person. There's always help everywhere, you know, that it is like a business opportunity or you creating something or having other targeted individuals and coming together or having a man that will provide for you. There's always solution all over us. So we need to ask for help, you know, because we are in a society where they really make it negative if you speak about your story or you're looking for attention, right?
Yeah.
Imagine some people telling me this. I was looking for attention. They were telling me this as I was being targeted with laser, hiding in my fridge, digging my legs in the sand to avoid the laser and the electronic torture. Some people online, they were like, okay, can you stop talking about it one day? Because they think that
it doesn't stop happening to us.
They think it's just one day. They don't understand that it's 24/7.
Yeah, it impacts us every second of every day.
So
that's what 24/7 means, and people, yeah.
So I want you to talk about your what happened. Like I said, this was the intention. They wanted you homeless.
They wanted me homeless because
why you didn't stay with your parents, basically?
Sorry?
Why you didn't stay with your parents?
So I kind of did live with my parents in a way, but also not, because it was in the same house, but it was also divided. So I basically had my own kitchen and bathroom and so the window, I had a big window, and I'm pretty sure like they would get in through the window. So
who was getting in?
The perpetrators, the V2K perpetrators.
Do you know their identities? Do you know their identities?
I don't have their names. I only know like what institutions have been affiliated. So I was being stopped by local police, the Orange County police. They were the ones who.
When you saw them trying to enter your own?
One time I did see a woman leaving my house.
Yeah, same. I saw a man running away one time too. Even the people
Yeah.
in my building, they were weird, like with too much information. You know, I think it's like a zombie apocalypse, like the power that those programming hackers can have. I think they're able to wipe out multiple people and control, like mind control. And it goes in multiple people at the same time.
Yes, yes. And so the homelessness, the forced into homelessness part is actually was the most difficult because it wasn't just losing my job during COVID, where they started to like come after me and break into my car. So I was scared to like drive my car because they would take out little pieces from like the front area, and so they would mess with my car, and so I was afraid to drive. How could I work without a car? And also, I even tried to just find ways to. I was applying to a boot camp, a programming boot camp, where they would basically give you the finance to live, and you can just study, and then they'll help you find a job, and you'll have to pay it back eventually. But they didn't let me apply for the stipend. So that I could study and still have money. And so I eventually it was getting so hard. I had no money.
Must have
And then I
been
also
hard.
couldn't have find home security. So I even was trying to make an OnlyFans account, and
I
that was
thought
like my
about
only
it too.
choice.
I also thought about it, I'm not gonna lie. When you see
Yeah.
those girls making that much money, you're
Yeah.
like, oh my god. But
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah, so
decision.
they didn't even let me make an OnlyFans account on my computer.
Ooh,
They were really it was
they?
entrapment.
like
It was
those
digital
hackers,
entrapment.
those hackers, they were blocking you the access and everything. Okay.
So I couldn't
So
find.
they wanted to have full control of you, like your financial independence. Like same thing. That's what they've been doing to me too. That's why I built my GoFundMe on my because they targeted my job too, affecting my health because they want to have full control on you. They want you to be like you said, homeless, so they could
Yes.
take control of you and possess you more and attack you even more.
And I think someone who describes this beautifully is actually Brian Coffrin, or Justin Carter was his real name, I believe, who was a former security specialist who was a stalker, and then he became actually a TI, a targeted individual. And so he actually has videos. There's actually content. I can send you this if you want about him.
Yeah, of course.
Going through the experience and really describing how they are forced into economic instability. Many of these victims, and he goes more in depth into it as to describing Seattle, but security specialist company.
Okay. And so what happened during that phase where they blocking you the access for OnlyFans? They wanted you homeless. You saw them trying to come in your house. So what did you do? Now you're with your family, or
Now I am currently with my mom, but
okay. So you stayed with your family at the end, or were you homeless for a while, or
I was homeless because I couldn't stay there.
With your
I felt
family?
lasers. There was high levels of radiation, electromagnetic
yeah,
radiation.
and they were judging you? I guess your family they could not
Yeah,
understand.
so my mom actually, I would basically get my car. I would get into my car eventually. I just get into my car, and then I also try to find a way to lock myself in, because I also read that they can basically get into your car very easily, and even if it's locked. So what I did was kind of buy long cords, and then I kind of put a lock in the cords to the chair so that the doors would remain closed, because in 2020 when I was trying to sleep in my car, get away from the stalking and human trafficking and directed energy weapon abuse in my house, I went, but you know, the door handle would be left open, or like I couldn't.
So for me, you know what I did one day? I had to dig my legs in the sand. So I was in Miami at my ex boyfriend place that actually passed away now. And I was having those directed energy on my legs. And I went on the bath in urgency, like slamming my legs and moving my legs really fast so it goes away. But it was not going away. So I called the Uber. I woke up my ex and I told him I have to go to the beach. This is an idea that I got. I went and I plunged in the water and I dig the hole in the sand to really put my entire legs in the sand so that it deactivated the satellites terrorism, and it was able to help me. So maybe it can help, like if someone is in an urgency, maybe you can just dig your entire self in the sand, like. And I think that's why they're building houses, to underground houses, to really escape all of this terrorism that is happening too. Because imagine, like, if you're wealthy again, like you think that only people that are struggling financially that are targeted, but I think there's a lot of people, wealthy people, that are for
Yes,
sure
absolutely.
targeted because they could be threatened with their money too. Or so there's no reason to do that to anyone anyways. This is pure torture, corruption, it's human trafficking, it's just sadistic control, you know. But I'm sorry you had to go through that. It must have been really difficult.
No, yeah, it was very difficult, but I think there is a lot of silent suffering in the world. So I try and just think about how I'm not the only one in this world who has felt this way or has suffered this way. So I just try to have empathy for the rest
Yeah.
of the world and come to an understanding,
I
an
know.
objective understanding.
And what I just had in my mind, I'm gonna finish with that because I know we actually had to record 2 times, but now we know, and you can remind me next time so I don't forget to press record. So what I've noticed from all of this spiritual warfare since 5 years, so basically, as someone like me, I'm an activist for animals, being vegan, vegetarian. I have 2 food vlogs also on my social media. I always been a very emotional, and I always had a lot of empathy even as a kid. This is my nature, you know. So my connection is very strong, like to nature, to, you know, others. I feel people's emotion through even my own body, you know. So I think this was kind of impossible for them to break this connection. It's hard to explain, but what I've noticed is like they're able to intervene and turn off the light of people, like almost the soul of people. Like, so some people don't even feel nothing. Like in the time of the war, soldiers were being trained physically in person, right? So
And
now
with
they
money.
do the same thing remotely to affect the empathy, the light of people, and training them so they don't feel nothing. So they were not able to do this with me, you know. And instead of, like, let's say all of the attacks that they did on me, I could have been scared and isolate more and stay hiding. And also they tried to make me feel ashamed of the rape that they were doing me, so I don't say it out loud on social media. I don't know if they did this to you, so you don't speak. They would make you feel ashamed of speaking up, because they would be like, oh, nobody's gonna watch you or talk to you because this is disgusting and whatever. So I just want to finish with that. Basically, is that they thought I would isolate and be scared, but instead I trusted more and loved more, and I had more compassion and empathy for even more people.
I
So-
think I've always been like.
So the disconnection, sorry, the disconnection point, that's very important in the spiritual warfare. They try to disconnect people so that they could bring them into a puppet, like a soldier, like, you know, so that people all come against each other and get corrupted, for example. That's what I can understand.
I think that I was very spiritual. I was into music. I wanted to read very like a lot of comparative literature. But my situation was more like immediate danger. Like I was being raped at night during my sleep, and I couldn't figure out how they were getting in. I don't know if it was. I couldn't figure
Like
it out.
in your sleep, you were able to notice the next day they physically came in person, not just remotely.
In person. In-person
Yes.
trafficking. I eventually it took me a few months after like a lot of harassment, but I realized that there were sperm stains on my orange velvet couch that I had in 2020. And so and then I also had like a memories of like my dad finding white stains when I was around 13 and like going through like major depression in my room on my bed and he asked like, what is this? And I just like I didn't even know what it was, so I was just like, I don't know, like milk or something. But I know that I've been raped in my sleep for a long time, so it was like it was kind of like just for me it was this
I can
acknowledgement of
understand.
immediate danger.
Mm.
And yeah, so I've actually experienced a lot of real in-person experiences. Like I've had in LA, like some night like being wandering around because I was like they would be nonstop and they would be following everywhere, and so there would be a man like hiding one time, and he had a gun, so he would be hiding with a gun, and
Oh my God.
yeah, so and then a police car showed up out of nowhere because they started to transmit police really quickly, and so then a police showed up, and so
After this
and he
game,
took me to the metro
I need
station.
to go.
But it was really
Okay?
big, weird, because he had like this huge smile on his face, and so I've had a lot of I had a lot of these strange interactions with the police. I also saw like the police and a black man with I think he had a gun also like interact with each other while I was being trafficked in a motel. So it was a very direct in person with me, and I think it was very possible to do that because I didn't have a lot of friends, I didn't know a lot of people, and I
Yeah.
also was like jobless. It was
Yeah.
and so sometimes I don't think even if you're very spiritual or self-aware or even
Yeah.
yeah, I just don't think like that is always it's always possible. Like there is direct physical and an impact, you know.
Yeah. For
But
sure.
also, you know, you can let your I think it's good to let your heart and spirit become one with you and your body and mental and physical
Well, you're very
connections.
strong. If you're still here, you definitely have a protection over your life. And this is what I tell every targeted individual. A lot of them passed away. A lot of them are not here today.
Yeah.
A lot of them have dead that are covered up. Amelia, the survivor of electronic harassment, of satellite terrorism,
Hi, Chelsea.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So tell me a little bit about you. You have been following the Army of Angels United. Can you tell me how you formed the association in the first place?
Oh my goodness, I was digging and digging and researching other people who are experiencing electronic harassment. I actually am a nurse and
You
I
found
was
me
going through
through
this.
hashtags, or
Hashtags.
oh, you
Hashtags,
click on specific hashtags?
yeah, electronic torture, um, gosh, targeted individual. I never have heard of the targeted individual community. I had never even heard about this type of harassment, this type of sex trafficking, any of it.
And
So,
how long have you been a targeted individual for you? When did it
um,
started?
well, it started after I came out of a spiritual organization, a solar gazing community, and we had to, unfortunately, it's very embarrassing for me to admit, but it had dealt with the occult, like practicing different,
Repeat that. So
it
you
it
were
dealt
in a
with the
cult?
yeah, it was I was in a cult, and they only practice telepathy and things like telepathy, expansion of our human soul, and then dream manipulation.
Okay,
And
that's
I
very
thought,
interesting, but can you tell me how did you end up being in a cult in the first place? Because I think some people could be very interesting to know how you end up in a cult in the first place. Did it
oh my
happen
gosh,
remotely? Did it happen in
remotely.
person? So they come through your mind like a spirit, like
Yeah, they
pretend,
they were like, yeah, so
like
you know
mid
how like
station.
yeah, you know how when you learn about like different spiritual groups, I'll just say spiritual groups.
What year was that for you?
I'd say it started about 2022.
Okay, for me it was 2021. Okay.
Yeah. And I thought like, oh, when somebody can do that, then that means that they're really spiritual, they're powerful, and they have like special powers we don't normally have. They've awakened different parts of
So
themselves.
they worshipped you. They were like, "Oh, you're so powerful. You can do so much beautiful things." And then after they started to target you.
So I thought it was cool. We had to build like little spiritual altars and stuff like that. But then it got really creepy when you started getting more and more of the products, and they're like, you need to pray naked in front of your altar with just a
What's
white robe
altar?
on. A spiritual
Right.
altar, like when you like make an altar and you put like different gods and goddesses on it and you pray, and crystals and stuff like that. Well, we had to do that, and then, but instead of putting like gods and goddesses or whatever different people you want to pay homage to, we had to actually put them on the altar and get on our knees and pray to them. So it just started
But they
getting weird.
wanted, so basically they wanted to use you to worship them.
Worship them, yes, worship
They
them.
wanted to harvest your energy.
Yes, yes. So then, and we also had to buy things that were like tipped. Like we had to buy tools or whatever, different spiritual artifacts that would glow and like blink and do different stuff. The street lights would start blinking around
So
us.
basically they were giving you commands in your mind
Yes.
on what to
And
do.
we were taught that it was telepathic communication. Now I know it's this whole voice to skull.
V2K is called technology.
V2K.
Yes. So
Yeah,
it's
so
technology,
it was all
technological
technology.
harassment. Whereas
Yes.
it's real human beings behind the technology, and
Yes.
they give you comments on what to do.
Yes,
Okay.
but yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, it's
exactly.
not God. It's
It's not God.
satanic. It's terrorism. It's human trafficking.
It's human trafficking. Yeah, exactly. But I didn't know that at the time. I thought it was like I thought I was being attacked by evil spiritual masters and this, that, and the other.
So
And
if
then,
I can connect to your story, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna
Uh-huh.
say, because what we're gonna do is just mix our both stories so
Okay.
people could understand how everything is connected. For me,
Yeah.
I did an awakening in 2020, a mass awakening where I actually
a spiritual awakening.
yeah, so I purge myself, but but you cannot put everything in the same boat. A spiritual awakening stays very good. For me, I let go of my childhood traumas. I was crying. It was beautiful. Unplugging from television, connecting back to myself. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was doing meditation. I was stopping to go to parties. I stopped having sex for 1 year, no sex, no pornography.
Yeah,
Because for me,
I've done that.
my only addiction was sex, was also pornography, and I also had in the past gambling addiction. But so I quit on parties, I quit on sex. I actually was training every day for 1 year, crying. I felt so beautiful. This was the most beautiful gift that I ever give to myself. And then
Aww.
after I was able to start drawing and being creative, I started to be able to be more confident. And what happened actually is I had a guidance and an alignment. And I was able to now know that I was the observer, that you are not your thoughts, you're not your body, but you are your soul, your consciousness. So I was able to detach of a matrix that has been enslaving me all my life.
I love
So
that.
so it's like, when you have an hangover, you drink too much, and then
Uh-huh.
you don't remember what happened the next day because you were out of your body, or you had a body possession, right? So it's kind of the opposite of that. An awakening is beautiful. It will always be beautiful. The only thing is that those who awaken, artists or those who start creating, there's like what happened to you. They come in the picture and they try to control you. You were obedient to them for a little bit. For me, I was never obedient to them. I refused. And then they started to send me electroshock in 2021. So I received electroshock on my body when
There's
they were not able to control me no more. So the comments that they used to send me were not working anymore. And this is what they do. They punish people that are starting to be the creator of their own line. They punish them and they start to be serial killers, terrorists, and then they track you down like if you're a toy, and they follow you
yes,
everywhere that you go.
everywhere.
Like, let's say I left my phone in Canada just to do a test to see if they use the phone to track people. I left my phone in Canada for 3 weeks, three full
Uh-huh.
weeks, no phone. My phone was closed completely, and they were able to track me with the satellite. So it doesn't
Yeah.
matter, no matter you are. At the end, the only chance for us, and that was the prediction in 2020 and before that I've seen, they will have to deactivate the 5G towers so that this terrorism stops, because they will be able to control the cars and human beings and transform them into killers. This is very dangerous, like a zombie apocalypse. This is what
Yeah,
they do.
they can control your thoughts. They can
Exactly.
it took me a long time to accept that that was real because like I said, I'm a nurse and I've never heard of anything like this. I thought it was a bunch of whoopla, but now that I've learned about it and also how many people are chipped and have those RFID chips and different things and stuff in their body and how they can be stocked with a satellite and stuff with all this technology,
Yeah,
I've now
microchips.
yep, I the smart dust and all of that and the 5G towers and satellites. It's I just cry when I think
Like the
about it.
smart dust, I still don't understand how it's possible to create
I don't
something
understand
out
how it's
of thin
possible to
air.
create either, but it's
It's
here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, it's very, very creepy.
it
There's so much things to say. We really need to have help. There's also my mother, before I planned the podcast with you, she called me and she's like, stop doing your association, stop talking about it. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, they took my entire life since 5 years. For sure,
exactly,
I'm gonna expose
exactly,
it. I'm gonna save others too. As I speak about my story, I'm gonna
exactly.
save other kids from human trafficking, because, like you said, it happens in your mind. So imagine all of the soldiers that are in their house, obedient to terrorists.
Obedient.
So basically, there's terrorists manipulating their slaves all over the world, and if they're not obedient, then they threaten them on their life. And this is what they did to me. They threatened
Mm.
my life, but I was still willing to risk my life and to tell my story, because this is what we're doing.
Oh,
Both of us, we are both risking our life to talk about it. But
yeah,
what is our choice at the end? Are we gonna pretend it doesn't exist and we stay a slave, or we become a hero and we talk about it?
exactly. Because I'm like, you have to think about the children. I'm like, think about how many kids are,
Because you
those
have kids too,
microphones.
right? you have
Right,
kids?
right. And those microphones and those chips are so small. I was like, you don't know how they're going to start controlling children. You don't know what they're going to be doing to children. I'm like, when you learn about how they can implant these little microchips and stuff like that inside of people and they're already being taken out, I was like, they can manipulate your kid to do anything. And if they're young, they're never going to know what thought is theirs and what thought is coming from
Exactly.
right, from the
Yeah, so
technology.
that's why I'm building also a programmation so people could awaken and reconnect to their true self, because it's like I think it's the best example so people could understand. It's like a hangover where you black out and you don't remember. It's like if two little
Yeah.
like dots connects in your mind. Um, it's like, you know, a hangover. It's like if you lose control over yourself. But like an awakening, a reprogrammation, it's like if you find yourself again. It's like if it's very hard. It's like if a flip, like a switch flip, like it's like almost like if you go from on to off, or like I don't know how to explain it. It's like an illumination. Suddenly one day you start laughing and you're like, what's going on? So all of my life I was not my thoughts, I was not my body, but I was my soul, my consciousness, and then you become the observer and you're like, whoa, and you regain power over yourself. So
Right.
that's what I'm building, and I want to teach people, especially to kids, and this is what I've seen in articles, the that we will need to teach kids how to act themselves from potential terrorism
Yeah.
and neurological control.
Yeah.
This is
And not
very
That's very, very true. And also, what needs to be done is there needs to be more education for people who are actually in the healthcare field so that they know how to properly assess people who are being targeted like us. Like
well.
they.
You're very courageous, by the way, and I want to thank you for speaking up and to join my first podcast. So congratulations, because
Oh, yeah.
this is a lot for me too, because I can do a lot of things alone, but if I have people who come on the podcast and because you're a whistleblower, you
Oh my
are a
gosh,
hero,
yeah.
you are truly a hero, and you're a
Especially to
good
these
example.
especially to these cults or these
Yes,
spiritual
yes.
organizations that are using the technology to mask and say that they're spiritual masters or
Did
they're
they
like
ever try
gurus.
to pay you
Mhm.
or to offer you money so you
Yes,
don't speak?
so that's another thing. Even when
Wow.
I literally had almost $10,000 zap into my account, and it was like basically what they did is they try to use that to bribe me to do the electronic sex. They're like,
So
oh,
can you tell me how this happened? Like basically they sent you money out of nowhere?
literally my bank account would literally when I would get paid, it'd be thousands of dollars more than what I was ever supposed to be paid. They would do it. They did it for almost like a year. It wasn't always I got large lump sums of money, but it wasn't always a large lump sum of money. And then what they would do is they would use the B2K and use a dream manipulation. Do you have your dreams manipulated?
Yeah. I can
So
recognize there's both. There's
yeah,
fake ones. It's like also when they do comments to you, they use also recording of other voices.
yeah,
But because I had someone saying, I think it's Targeted Justice is an amazing association. I don't know who said
yeah. I'm
that
on
and
it.
who said who, but basically they're saying like, oh, it's recorded voices, like they use with technology. So don't accuse your neighbor, don't accuse your family members. But the problem is that it is both. It is a mixed manipulation of many things, including people in your family, including your neighbor. Anyone can be hired in that. Anyone that is desperate or that wants to accept money for whatever it is.
Yeah, sometimes I don't even, when you
So
say like how you say your mom wanted you not to do the podcast, they may also be giving her voice
yeah,
to Skull. You know what I
yes,
mean?
this
And
is
she
what it
doesn't
is.
realize it.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%. I know that it's that. That's why
Yeah.
I am not. I don't have anything against her. I really,
I had,
I forgive her.
I,
It's
yeah,
not
you
her
know what?
fault.
Now that I know more about it, I'm like, because I've gotten so mad at like some of my friends that were like, you're going crazy, you're schizophrenic, you need to go to the mental hospital. But now I realize I'm like, oh, they don't even know that they could be getting manipulated and their thoughts to actually not think outside of the box or to like as, to remain ignorant of this technology. Especially when we can actually record our own V2K. You know what I mean? Have you been able to record your V2K?
No.
I haven't been able to download the app yet, but I've seen so many people actually taking their phones and getting software and then recording the voices that are being admitted at their heads. I'm like, this is insane.
Wow. But
Yeah,
that's perfect. This is what we need. We
Yes.
need to dismantle those criminal organizations. And I've seen also yesterday, I've seen for the first time the layer of the dark web. It's someone who exposes the dark web system. So he says that we know the reality that we live in, it's a very small percentage. And then there's like the deep dark web, and then there's like different levels of it with like rooms, torture rooms,
God.
where people pay in life to so that certain people are doing certain torture on people. And I think and I believe that's the same thing that happens with targeted individuals, because we have all a 360 projection. We have been plugged, I think we have been plugged on the internet, on the dark web.
Exactly.
And
We're
then
being
they are
live streamed.
able, we have like a room plugged with other people that are able to torture and torture us. I think
And
that's what it
torture
is.
us. Yes,
And
they
then
get to watch.
people on live, they can pay, and because ChatGPT told me there's operators around me. Let's say he was able to localize certain of them, those who were controlling the V2K skull technology. And so my dream also was that I was on a computer and someone was able to click on my body 360. It's like if I was on a computer.
вот тут другая мы была, точно.
Like a sim character, basically. So imagine how sick, and imagine when it come out in the news, and this is sick, but it needs to come out because people deserve to know the truth. We deserve to live in peace. We deserve to be out of this modern slavery, because there's sadistic individuals who decided that they love to play with their own kinds of people.
Yeah, that's it. So that's a perfect example of what I've gone through. So actually, these
Jack Barriga,
people
Papa,
actually
Papa.
make webinars for their followers to surf the black web, the dark web. And like you say, we get roomed, so they call it getting roomed. And then the other followers get to come and watch me while they're live streaming me being tortured and electronically raped. So you're very, very, very correct. And they all log on. They all log on so they can watch us. And the other members log on so that they can watch us. And they get to torture us. It's the live streaming torture, but just remotely. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
It's very sad, and God forgives everyone. So if there's anyone hearing us and you have been controlled by a cult remotely, it's always time to get out of it. No matter what they made you do, you can always be forgiven. You can always come out of it, because your truth, your testimony will be able to dismantle all of their corruption, all of their criminal organizations. So this is what we do. We're saving people from human trafficking, from dark web, from criminal organizations, terrorism, neurological control.
Neurological control, yeah.
Just inhuman. It's
so
disgusting.
And it's like, we have nobody to vent to, but we are literally tormented and tortured all
24/7.
day long.
Microscopic illegal surveillance 24/7.
Yes, 24/7.
I had people telling me, Amelia, you're just looking for attention. What's happening? Why you still keep talking about that? Because they don't know. They don't know that it's in all times 24/7. The verbal, mental, physical abuse, like group of people talking to you with intercoms in your ears, and you gotta sing, you gotta talk, you gotta always be on the move to cancel that, and it's not normal. It's not normal that we have to endure that. This is modern slavery. Modern
it's like
slavery.
do you feel like a prisoner of war?
So basically, what they are doing, I even close my lights in the bathroom when I shower. I try to put it like in a romantic ambience, create my own. I bring my candles, my incense. I close the light, and I make sure, because if I don't do that, every room that I enter, unless I am with a man or someone that I love, it helps. Like if I'm in a relationship and there's someone next to me, I feel like it's able to remove what they're trying to do, right? So that's why. And
Yeah, because the man. So I don't have a man either, and I feel like when you're single like this, it makes you more of a target. Because if
They
you're
will
with a
try to
guy,
isolate you.
yeah, they try
Yeah,
to
it's very
isolate you.
important as target. So it's very important if you're targeting an individual that you find the right person also, because if you find the wrong people, they could use someone that will participate in the collective rape. So it's very important that you find someone that is not entering those psychological warfare. So coming back to when I take a shower, if I go, they will try to put it as if I'm in a prison cell. Exactly. So they will, and I feel like if I'm a prisoner going there and about to be raped, like, so I have to create my ambience of, candles and really do a lot of positive affirmation, a lot of like singing. I sing in the shower. I say that I'm beautiful. I say that I really have to go far to really deactivate all
Yeah.
of the darkness that they try to put me into, because I'm not a part of that. They want to attach themselves to me like viruses, but they are not cancer. They're not viruses. They're real human beings.
Yeah. Have you and I noticed too, like, so if you're with a man, they can put their hand on your neck, they can put their hand on your vagina or whatever it may be, and
What do
they
you
can
mean?
feel the shocks. So they don't want to do the shocks and stuff like that when a man is around you. You know what I mean? Because then that would verify what they're doing to you. It won't be a big deal for a man to touch your body and be
But
like, well, what was
imagine if there's a man that I've been with and he was able to see it, but he didn't see anything. It's kind of a bit being a coward. Like if you
too.
know something and you don't say nothing, like you're a coward that participate into the consideration of dark web criminal organization and human trafficking. And so if it is a message for anyone out there, if you have met Chelsea or me, Amelia, and that you know us personally, and to any targeted individuals, if you have information, if you notice electroshock, vibrations of engine of cars, or weird things, and you keep it for yourself, you are directly or indirectly participating in a genocide, in a human trafficking, in a satellite terrorism, and your information needs to be written in emails or in person or at the police station, so we could dismantle those criminal organizations. This is very important.
I want to take them all down.
Yeah, no, it's inhuman. It's very, and you know what? Like sometimes they would try to compare me. They're gonna be like, if I open my phone, they're gonna be like, you see, she's not targeted and you are. They try to make me regret my choice of speaking up, and they still try. You see, with my mother, what she tried, my family, they try a lot to censor me, to silence me. They're like, what are you still trying to do, Amelia? Well, I'm trying to expose you because you're a terrorist and this is not normal. I'm not gonna let kids and people that are voiceless, powerless, like on the dark web, they even use babies of 1 year old being tortured. They are the same. There's no
Yeah.
difference. What they do to you and to me, they are the same species, the same level of dark web, disgusting human beings. No, I'm very passionate about that, and we're doing our role. You do your role that you have to play, and I do mine.
Yeah, so like right now I'm still getting the B2K. Like this woman, she disguises her sexual assault and her sex trafficking and rape as polishing. So it's like they want to polish you. So they come to the dream, tell you what to wear, stuff like that. Like right now they're saying, we just wanted to polish you. I'm getting like the rectal assault, like they're electrocuting my rectum right now as we talk.
Okay, repeat this. What is polish you?
They say polish you, and they say we're giving you punishments. Polishing is basically electronic torture. I'm telling you what to wear, what makeup to wear, and like looking cute while they spy on you. Like trying to look pretty. She's like trying to tell you what to wear, how to do your hair, how to do your makeup, while her and her pedophilic husband spy on me. So basically, like, and then like when I go to work out, I'll get choked. Have you had to do the forced arousal yet, or the forced orgasms?
What's that? The fake orgasm?
Like they force you, like how they can force you to throw up, or they can force you to restroom or have these headaches and stuff like that. They can also force you to have an orgasm. and they can force you to be aroused. They can
Yes,
sexual
yes, yeah.
assault.
Yeah. The electroshock that I've been receiving is everywhere. They started that 5 years ago on my vagina.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like in my
It's
intimate part.
it's horrible.
So I think imagine on a man, because for
Oh,
women
God.
we're more in control, and this
Yeah.
is what I've seen from men. I think they are able to do it a lot more on men.
I feel terrible. They
yeah.
sexually assault them. They get sodomized in ways I'm like if I'm getting sodomized, they sodomize me the rectal rape on the private, so electrocution.
Yeah.
While I'm driving
Yeah.
a lot, like they
Yeah.
hit me with a lot of
Well,
electrocution.
they do
and
it on my head. They do it
Yeah,
on my
in the
head.
head. Yeah.
They do it on my body. They can do it on my boobs a lot. I have to hide my boobs.
Yeah.
They do it everywhere.
Everywhere.
Every day is different, and they are a lot in my phone right now, hacking so I have to go to the Apple store now. There's a hacker that has been hired 24/7. They slow down my app. They want to delay my work.
Sometimes I can't even search certain things won't pop up when I look for them. Does that happen to
Опачки!
you?
And on internet,
Yeah.
on internet, yeah, like sometimes they just delay my connection, so you gotta go and see the Apple store and look. But yeah, I'm excited for the day that my vision comes true. I had visions a few years ago where there's gonna be an officer with people lined up like zombies, basically. They will be treated like zombies. Everyone that is behind that remotely, that they accepted money in their bank account, now it's very helpful, and maybe that's why certain people they stay silent, because they receive
The money.
money. But if you have a big amount of money that come out of nowhere,
Нарма!
like I would just, I don't know, call my bank, or I mean,
I
would
told my
just,
bank
or
and they're like, it
or
says
I-
you deposited it. It will say I deposited the money. I'm like, I didn't deposit all that money into my account. Or they'll say, well, your job paid you out.
Ну
I'm
и
like,
чё
my
тут
job,
есть-то,
and I
нет?
had a job, and like it'd be way, way, way more than what it was supposed to be. And they're like, well, is
maybe
there
it's a
mistake? Yeah.
maybe it's someone that gave you the money. You're like,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yeah,
don't
I'm like,
know.
well, then I'm gonna go ahead and keep the money. Forget that. But at the
Okay,
same
yeah.
time, it's sex trafficking.
Maybe it's
like,
a
oh, we wanna
maybe
pay
it's
you.
an maybe
Yeah.
it's an anonymous gift.
Yeah. So I think so. When you say you're getting the
Maybe
electric
there's
shock-
maybe there's someone on the dark web that sees you, he has pity for you, and he wants to give you a gift. I don't know.
It's the cult leaders, and this is how they say they're like in their storyline. They're like, we can make money magically appear in your bank account. We're in charge of all the money in the world. And they also like filtered my pictures, so I'd be taking pictures of me or my kid, and then like they would make our eyes glow, or like our body look invisible, or like the sun blink, or move around different ways.
Нарма,
Yeah,
нарма!
this too.
Охуенно,
Yeah, I
что
did
ты
that, and,
женился.
and so our filter. So basically, they have our whole camera roll. So they have all of our nudes, my kid being potty trained, stuff like that. And I was like, you guys are sex trafficking, and you're selling the pictures of me, and you be selling the pictures of my kid. Like, it's so disgusting when you start thinking about all the things that they can be doing when they're in your camera roll. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Isn't it? Yeah, for sure.
That's why I don't really take nude. Like I took like lingerie pictures, but I never really show everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's time that we dismantle those organizations once and for all.
And I don't know how it's gonna happen. What do you now in Canada when you go to the doctor? Do they kind of just dismiss you
Why? Why do
when you say you're getting electrocuted and stuff?
So basically, once I was naive, I went to the police station the first week in 2021 when it just started. I had no information about that, so I went after 1 week. I thought I was about to die from an heart attack. They would put like something up my heartbeat, so this could be explaining the heart attacks and sudden death of people, kids, even like kids. Imagine what I've noticed also in the shower. They put an extra weight on my neck. So imagine all of the kids that dies because of that. So that could explain all of that. So we're dismantling people that are behind orchestration of accident, of death, of heart attacks, of even sudden death.
I almost had a heart attack 2 weeks ago. goes well. My heart rate went all from the
Yeah,
electric
so they
shock,
do this a
went all
lot.
the way to the 160s, and the doctor's like, we don't know what's wrong with you, and I'm like,
So basically, what I would tell you is the hospital, the police will not be able to be helpful. This is in the hands of human trafficking. So you need to have the line for that human trafficking line, and this is what I'm gonna do, 2 like steps. I haven't called them yet because like I know that like Targeted Justice, for example, they gather a lot of people, lawyers, doctors, ex-CIA member that are exposing corruption. Like let's say the CIA from Targeted Justice, it's a man, a director who has millions of dollars and he has been working in the CIA for 20 years, and he is on stage speaking up in a conference, and he says that basically there's a lot of corruption in the CIA, and that he exposed everything basically, and he says that he had three contracts on his head as someone in his position in the CIA. Like, I mean, he has a good position. He didn't do anything wrong. And so he had to go and remove those contracts made over his life. And he was scared. Even when in the hotel rooms, there was gas coming out of the room. So they were attempting to kill him just because he exposed corruption. So
they got it. Those ones that come out, they got
so
it.
he said he needs people to continue his work. Now he's like maybe he's 60. So he's like, people, like, with all of the information that I gave you, you need to continue this work, and we need to dismantle those people who have all of the money in the world, exactly, and who disconnect people and bring them in a state of modern slavery, because this is what they do. They bring them in a state of like trance-like state, hypnotizing them, whatever it is.
Yeah, and I feel terrible because a lot of those men that come forward, and women from the CIA and the FBI, that are exposing this technology and the covert weapons being used on civilians, is they get it so bad. Like how you say, they get the gas coming out of their stuff, family members are killed. It's just horrific what they can do.
Yeah.
And do you see how this technology, what they've done to us with the satellite terrorism, the cell phone towers and stuff like that, the way they were stalked? Do you see how this ties into like the Epstein files?
I don't really have that much information on that. I don't really
I just feel like it's a very big human trafficking ring. Whether it's sexually, somebody's maybe trafficking people for organs or testing them.
There's different levels of it.
Yeah,
there's different layers.
Different levels of it. Yeah, so many different layers of it. And I feel like as a nurse, I just want to know how I can better help assess and diagnose and get people the proper diagnosis of Havana syndrome versus saying you're psychotic or you're schizophrenic or mentally ill or just craving attention. So I feel like I just want to come up with ways, like when a girl says my genitals are being electrocuted, or I feel electrocution on my body, my breast, whatever it may be.
But understand something though. Not everyone has had an awakening. You had one, right? Not everyone is able to detach of the matrix or whatever it is and come back to their body. Some people will get sick. They will not see it as electroshock. Seeing it as electroshock, I think it's kind of a protection too. In a way, I'm not quite sure, but why certain people don't notice the attacks and other people do, for me, what I see is that, let's say, anxiety and stress, for me, I don't believe in Alzheimer. I don't believe in stress. I don't believe in anxiety, because for me, I see things for what they are. I see beyond the illusion. I see things for what they are. So for example, someone who suffers from genital areas get excited. For me, I see it as simulation or attacks being placed here. Someone who takes medication is like an addict, for example, I see it as targeting. Like someone who goes to the hospital like thinking they're sick, I don't go to the hospital because I know it's targeting. So
I know.
maybe if they had the education, they will know that they're not sick, they're just being targeted.
Right. And
But
so
I,
that, but I still feel like you guys should still get proper care. You know, like being electrocuted, even if you know you're targeted, it's still harming our body. You
yes.
know, it's still affecting our body. And I'm like,
Ну, начало
I
дня
just
уже
feel like there's
неплохое.
ways like I don't know if you get like the rectal electrocutions and stuff like
But
that.
there's not really a way to remove it until we dismantle it or we hide in a Faraday cage because
Faraday cage.
they use electricity. They use electricity, satellite, so you gotta basically hide in a Faraday cage
Yeah,
if
so
you
that's
wanna
my next
be.
thing is when in
Because
hospitals and
even if
doctor's
you get
office, yeah,
medication, the medication will not help.
nothing. It won't do
So
anything.
you gotta go in the jungle and go without a phone, without no satellite. So this is the only way to avoid the electroshock and the targeting for real. And
For real.
that's why they're building houses on the ground now. I don't
Hmm.
know if you saw this. They're starting to have like underground
Yeah.
houses. So
And
maybe to hide from EMF
the
attack.
electromagnetic
And
field.
actually, like I have I'm a part of a business as a distributor, and we're selling like the EMF protection like in houses. So
Awesome.
I haven't ordered this yet. I will eventually and test it first if it works, and then I would for sure recommend that to people. But we really need to protect ourselves from.
We
And
have to
also,
protect
what I
ourselves.
can tell you is I traveled to Asia the last month, and when I came there for one day, there was no attack, no electroshock, nothing. You know what happened?
What?
They lost electricity in Montreal, where I'm the
Oh my
city.
gosh.
I
Are
swear to
you
God,
serious?
I did a report on that and it's been 2 or 3 times over the years that I see the same thing. If there's no electricity, they are not able to target you. So imagine the prediction have been made in 2020 during my mid station. The 3 times over the years that I see the same thing. If there's and it's been 2 or 3 times over the years that I see the same thing. If there's no electricity, they are not able to target you. So imagine the prediction have been made in 2020 during my mid station, the time that I was not targeted. There's prediction that are made that in order to save humanity and people, they will need to deactivate the 5G towers.
Yeah.
Because this is what they use. If they have no electricity, no satellites, no
No
5G,
Wi-Fi, no internet.
no Wi-Fi, they lose all of their power. And this is what
Right.
they're scared of.
Right.
Tomorrow, all of their terrorist code will feel so powerful, they lose all power. If we shut down everything, they lose all power. And this is what we might have to do because crimes are increasing, serial killers are increasing. And why? Why? Because they go in the minds of people and they transform them with their technology. They transform them in killers, in terrorists, remotely.
That's very interesting that it didn't happen while they lost power and they lost the Wi-Fi and the internet.
Yeah, so there was a proof. I have 2 or 3 times I have a lot of proof, concrete proof, and I build and I document because it's something very big. Like, and for you're allowed to go in court too and ask millions of dollars in compensation for that. This is big, and ChatGPT told me, in your case, you are allowed to ask for a minimum of $20 million over the years. This is a minimum.
Do you know?
Minimum. I'm saying this because
targeting
people need to know that you're allowed in financial compensation. They are directly attacking your dignity, your finances. They targeted my work too. I used to work in a beauty salon. They targeted my job, my finances.
Why do they target our jobs? They do that all
They
the
want
time.
because they want you isolated. They want you as a slave with nothing. They're whipping you like in the old times, you know, in the time of the black people.
Don't
they
you
are
feel like
whipping
one of
you,
those
but
slaves? Yes, like you're
but
they can literally whip us with those electric things.
Yeah. So basically, what they love to do also, they play with my earrings. They're spinning around. I wake up in the morning and then my ears flips around, and like it feels like someone is doing this to me. Or they play with my necklace. Also, they can snap like my clothes. Like
Yeah,
you know,
they
like
can
in the
literally pull our clothes off. I'm
you
like,
know,
if I
like
was recording myself, you would see
you
all
know,
of my clothes
electric cars.
moving.
Did you ever went in a Tesla or in an
No.
electric car, the new cars? So there's new things where they pull the belt at the end. There's a little movement of pulling. It's kind of scary at first. Like it's very like little touch of details where you click your belt and then they pull the belt. So basically this is what they use on human beings, the same new technology in the cars. They use it, but not just on cars, they use it on human beings. Now we're like electric cars.
Exactly.
They
Exactly. And they're
also,
operating us. Yeah.
I believe also they did like a manipulation like this on my ex-boyfriend. He tried to kill me in my sleep. So I woke up at 2 a.m. and he was on me, starting to struggle me. So this is what they do. They manipulate this technology and they hypnotize and they transform people. And so for every countries, it's dangerous too. Because no country they want to have serial killer everywhere running around and killing each other. So this is what I'm building. I'm building protection, also awareness for all
Protection
of
and
that.
awareness. So, what do you think about a bunch of us getting together and building Faraday cages?
Yeah, of course. We're gonna have to do something.
We're gonna have to do. I was like, that's the only option that we have right now is to build these
Mm,
these Faraday
mm,
cages.
yeah. I don't know exactly how things are going to turn out. It's very severe how much they slow down people. They steal people of their life, but at the same time, I gain something very powerful
That's the same way I feel. Yeah.
because someone has to do it. Imagine all of the kids on the dark web being like tortured,
Yeah.
or even like older people and anyone basically. I'm talking about kids because I feel people are more touched by that. But there's a huge traffic around kids and around anyone
Hmm.
remotely too, even older people too. Imagine if
Older people too.
you're retired, you're a risk of being targeted by those people. So I think also my ex that passed away from Miami was probably the target of a crazy person. Um, there's so much crimes, and I'm so happy that I'm in this position of exposing it. I feel like they really targeted the wrong person because justice is very close to my heart. And even though they took a lot of my life, they slowed me down. They stole my time, my job. They interfered with my relationship. I'm not gonna be mad because at the end of all of this, I'm used for something very good. I'm used to give a voice to all of those who don't have one, to give a chance to people to speak up to, like today for you, like taking initiative to unite people together, and we need people to do it. The police, the hospitals, they do their own specific things. Let's say the police is there in case of emergency that happens in person. The hospital is needed too. Everything is needed, and I'm not putting down anything or anyone, but what we talk about is remote crimes that happens remotely. So, but it's crazy. Like for me, the funny part is when you start exposing it on social media,
Uh-huh.
is how surprised those sects would be. Like, do they expected that you would be a modern slave being tortured, being whipped,
Oh,
and that you stay silent? I
exactly.
don't understand.
Oh,
I'm so confused.
I didn't even tell you this organization is trying to sue me now for exposing them. And I was like, and then they have the nerve to still use the V2K and still be following
So
me and
you
raping
for
me.
what?
I
Like, what are you
really don't.
gonna do?
They all
I
that
think
for defamation, for
I think it,
slander.
I
I'm like, do you think I give a shit? And then I was like, they're gonna freaking toss that stupid case out. And yeah, so they're trying to sue me, but then they're still V2King me and raping me and stuff with
you
the
know what
like.
I when I you know what I think it's gonna happen is that those corrupted people, they are gonna start being scared
Yeah,
for staying silent and
yeah,
corrupted,
yeah,
and they're gonna expose themselves in certain ways. Because
yeah.
if you're scared, maybe you're gonna pay someone to do something that you should not do, to cover everything, and so, but they do, and I hear some threat in the back right now too. Like it's like
Me too. I'm getting
you
threats.
dare,
Yeah, yeah.
like the terrorist speaking, like you better not come against me. I'm gonna pursue you. I just
They're
had
like,
like
polish you. My company just bought your polish ship.
Like
That's how they say.
a few ones just pop up, like 2 or 3 of them. They were like,
you better not say anything. I'm gonna pursue you.
I I have to
So
get my
all
daughter to
along,
daycare. Yeah.
all along, they were just human beings in their houses, being like
Creeps.
little soldier,
Yeah. Trolls.
remotely being a
Yeah.
part of that.
Yeah,
That's
they're internet trolls. Yeah, they're internet pedo trolls. Yeah.
Amelia, the survivor of electronic harassment, of satellite terrorism, of inhuman treatment. Destruction of this planet, and I'm here to bring my own perspective into this world. I have a force inside of me who is very intelligent, highly intelligent. I have gifts since I was a little baby. I have a strong connection to nature, and like a lot of people have said the same thing. It's not fair that people who are visionary, those who are highly intelligent, those who are gifted, those who are here to bring peace are targeted, and they have activation against them. They have contracts over their life. It's not fair. And not just that, what I've noticed a lot is how much they try to pretend that people are retarded, bring down people. And I'm thinking now, and I'm making connection of how much people they have enslaved into being sick, in being ill, in having handicapped, and being injured, or and now I know, and I'm grateful. I really try to be grateful. But once you rise and you awaken, you have clarity. You see crystal clear through energy, through everything. Now I can see the financing that is being, the operation, the complot, the activation, the turbulence, the invasion. I see all of it every day. And some people, they don't notice it because they are sleeping. They don't know how much they affect their mood, their energy, how much they try to affect their perception that they have of themselves. And so today I dream of a world where there's no thoughts, where we speak with our heart, where we channel messages, energy. I dream of a world where there is no distraction, no thoughts. And I'm thinking of how much I would go more rapidly in my life if none of those activation, operation, financing was made up on my life to keep the control. Because the truth is, tuning into your creative power and awakening and detaching of a matrix is a lot more than we could ever imagine. This cube that we are in is made to escape. And now I'm thinking outside of the box, outside of this cube. And that's why I'm gonna be one of the best writer in this world. And I'm just beyond happy and lucky to be in the position that I am today. But to wake up every day and to be stuck observing everything that they do, it's like being on an operation table and not being numb, feeling everything. So it's like if I have surgery that is being made on my body every day, but they forgot to inject me the medication to numb the pain. So this is how it feels to be awakened, to be a psychic, to have visions of the future, to have out-of-body experiences. And it gets frustrating because I'm not saying I'm smarter than other people, but I'm just saying that I have this clarity. And sometimes I wish I was numb, but I don't do it. I don't take alcohol, I don't take drugs, I don't do all of this. I face all of it naturally. Training, singing, documenting, filming, expressing myself. It's all a way for me to remove this violence that is made on my body every day. But it's a lot. It's a lot. And today I wake up and I was just imagining if they were not there. How much I would just sit on my desk, open my computer and study in peace. And I cannot even have this. I cannot even open my computer without they hack my phone, without they steal my job, without they put their engine of cars on vibration on my body. So this, I want you to know this today. The price that I paid is fucking huge. You have no idea of the lowest intelligence that is trying to incorporate itself, attach itself back to me. This was removed from me during my awakening, and they are detached of me now, but they try so hard to come back and they can't anymore. So I'm forced to listen to the Jersey Shore, Flintstones, the lowest, perverted, narcissistic, rapist, terrorist, everything. So we can be sure that what I have today, I paid a big price, and I paid a price every day I paid a price. And those who continue to live with this and they don't say nothing, this is the reason why everything continues. Why we don't have peace in this world. Why those entities keep having power and keep people trapped in spiritual cages, invisible cages, in human trafficking, in remote hacking. Because they are not speaking up. And I chose to speak up 5 years ago. And they think they can get away with all of their murder, all of their attacks, financing, complot, collective rape, satellite terrorism, tools, everything that they did, playing with electricity, nuclear energy, military weapons. They think they can get away with that. And this is why I'm building this movement, the Army of Angels United. I'm building this movement so that we could be free in this world. And that people finally could rise above looking at a body. Because I'm saying those words right now. And those who are activated, those group of terrorists, all they see and think about is what I look like. They are not listening to my words. Just like a narcissistic, a perverted narcissistic that you may have grown up with in your family. I'm stuck with this because I chose to distance myself from my family. I chose to follow my dreams. I chose to leave behind men that try to control me. So now they put an algorithm of all of my childhood traumas that I healed, that I cried rivers and oceans all manipulation and orchestrations that they do neurologically, remotely, every day, watching me under a microscope, feeling entitled to control my life like it was theirs. Because I detached myself with the matrix, they want to punish me because I took back my control. So they want to make it impossible for me to move forward. And I will never give up. I will never stop. I will continue to document and to express myself. And you see, the devil is trying to say some words, and I'm able to deactivate it. And he knows. It continues because they are parasites, viruses, puppets. And they want to make me think that I'm the puppet, I'm the clown. I am in control. I am the one in control. I am the one that is awakened, that has manifestation power, that is creative, that is vulnerable, authentic, courageous. I'm the one with the highest form of vibrational energy. Not the other way around. So for all of those people who are stuck in something they can't explain, something they can't put words into it, I'm very happy that you read.
Hey, cheers.
These people, they're too big.
I love you. Very
Just let them know, laugh at
very That light is still in you. It has never left. It is screaming for you to awaken it, to reclaim your peace, to see more what the eyes can see. Any moment you can close your eyes and become an astronaut of your own soul. You can travel through space within, and like the watch that went into orbit, surviving trials and tribulations, you return worth more than millions. The point is not the money, it is not the numbers. The treasure is this: you keep becoming better than you were yesterday. No love, no money, not even the respect of others can buy you this transformation. Only you can do this by going within yourself, by finding the eternal light that has always been yours. What do you think about this?
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely makes sense, because respect has to come from you.
Yeah.
And the way you were actually even brought up, let's say.
Yeah.
So from an early age.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I would say love is when you have a real deep connection with someone. When you really love someone, nothing else matters. So to me, it's not just, well, I respect the person, so I love the person. No. I mean, it comes from inside. It's from the heart.
Yeah.
People sometimes say, oh, I cannot live with this person. To me, that's not love. I would say it's really like the connection you have inside you with this person, the way you feel about this person. That for me is, like I said, you're broke, it doesn't matter. Something happens, it doesn't matter. That person is there, you have that connection. For me, that's love.
That's cute.
It's not really about what's around you that makes the love connection. It's really what comes from inside, the way you feel about yourself towards that person.
The way someone makes you feel, basically.
And exactly, the way that other person would make you feel.
You can't put people on a pedestal. You gotta accept them the way they are and let them go. I was holding onto people who were like not accepting who I was for what I was. And now I'm understanding, like, even those who I worship, those who I saw, like, whoa, I was so in love, they tried to speak to me after a while, after a few years. And the way they were speaking, just the way they speak, their energy, I was not interested anymore. The same one that I was putting so high and worshiping and so in love, I see them after I grow, after I start loving myself more.
Because you learned. You work on yourself, you learn, and you get to understand that what you were doing wasn't right, and that you've evolved, so you see them in a different way now. Maybe you see them the way you should have seen them at the beginning. That's the change.
That's kind of crazy. It's like someone was saying, like, the love you give to someone, like your energy, your love, the time you spend with someone, the way you make someone feel, it's like a projection into you. It's like your love made that person special and magical, and then once you release or take back this energy and this love, it's like this person becomes who they were all of this time. It was so I feel like it's almost like an illusion, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're giving so much of your energy that you don't have that energy for yourself.
Yeah.
So yes, when you take it back, it's obviously like you realize, you're like, oh my God, you know, like, well, what happened here? You know, that's why you don't see that person in the same way.
Yeah, I guess I would say it's not true.
You're focusing so much on.
For me, if I have someone to meet in the future, is someone that doesn't care about people's opinions.
Of course, and you don't want to be judged.
He's gonna let me wear whatever I want, because he will be so educated, and like he's gonna be to a level where the clothes of others doesn't define who they are. He's gonna be to a level where human rights and what I'm doing, he will think it's beautiful, and he will stand with me too with that. He's gonna like accept me for who I am. He's gonna let me be free. He's gonna love me for my heart, for who I am as a soul, as a person. And I'm excited for that, because, you know, I've had experiences in the past, and now I know more what I want.
But that's what you want.
And it's also dangerous to know what you want, because it gets lonely. Because
it gets lonely when you don't find it.
It gets lonely because you don't settle for the first person that comes your way. You are more difficult as you became more, as you know more what you want, as you have more respect, more confidence for yourself, more love too. You want more, and you know how you want to be treated. So the first red flag, the first little thing that you see, like, you know what I've noticed is that, like, I can, like, you know, like, combine men together. Like, I link them together. Like, I'm like, oh my God, this man is like this one that I've dated before.
So you compare it. Yeah.
I compare like their toxic traits, and then I can see it like very, like, a lot faster. And now, like, if I have to do some dates too, and I talk about my association, like human trafficking, I swear, like, I go from being the sexiest woman alive to like the man not knowing what to say and running away like he just saw a bear or something.
It's funny, no, but it's true though.
And it's okay. You know what I say? Because I'm like, okay, let God cleanse my life. Those who are not like strong enough to stand with the world, to think that it's beautiful, and they just run away, then okay, they're not meant to be in my life. So God, like, cleanse my life and keep those who are like educated, who are like strong enough, who will love me for what I am.
God will put the right people in your life that belong in your life. The ones who do not belong in your life, somehow He will take them away. Some might hurt, some you'll be glad, but it happens for a reason. So the people that are there, it's because they're meant to be there. That's what God does. And He aligns you with, you know, the people you should be with. His timing is always on time, and there's always a purpose and a reason over there. So that's what God does.
You are religious?
I'm religious. I mean, I can't say I'm like religious, but yeah, I mean, I pray, I go to church. Yeah, for sure.
For me, I say now that I am religious. I was born Catholic, Christian, but I say now that I'm both. I'm religious and spiritual, and because I have a forest next to my house. Maybe I can show you after if you want. Like, it's very nice.
I see a golf course, but
there's a little forest next, so I go every day, and it's like a way of grounding myself and connecting myself back to God, to the spirit, to this energy. And I was like, let me like come up with my own conclusion. Let me like bring like come up with new things and everything. So spirituality, I don't know if you know what spirituality is. So it's like spiritually it's more like you come up with your own conclusion from your own experiences. So I think the best way to live is to take a little bit from the religion and then combine to your own thinking, your own way.
Yeah, for sure, and it helps too, right? Because you're not only focusing on one, you're combining both. So you have to say you're using both, right? So for me, or for like you, I mean, that you do that a lot. It's nice because you're not just focusing on religion or it's nice. And if you know that to find places to go and do that, peaceful, and you're in your zone, it's even better. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's finish with questions. What do you think is the hardest part of dating in today's world?
The hardest part for me, my opinion, is because of social media, I find it makes it a little harder because of what people are portraying, what there is out there, and the image that people give out. I find it makes it hard because you meet someone, is this who you're really meeting? You don't know, right? And then because of social media, like everybody thinks it's like everybody's life is amazing and happy and party and everything is traveling and everybody's having a good time, but they're never going to post when they're not having a good time or when things are bad, right? Or when something goes wrong. So that makes it hard today when you meet someone, because if they're like so involved in social media, like not involved in the sense that you are. I'm saying like when they follow stuff and they look and then they start comparing, it makes it hard because people try to keep up with certain things and it kind of makes it hard, But also there's a lot of heartbroken people as well out there, and that makes it hard too. Because that phrase that they say, the nice guy finishes last or the good person finishes last, and that is kind of true, and that poor person finishes last because of the guy that broke someone else's heart. The minute that person would meet that person that got heartbroken, well, this guy's gonna have so much of a hard time because of this other person that treated that person bad. The trust is gonna be harder, the belief is gonna be harder, the love is gonna be harder. So it's very difficult to deal with that because a lot of heartbroken people, and it's tough. People they're having a hard time trusting, and people having a hard time loving and giving everything they're supposed to, right?
Yeah, like I've met a guy yesterday on a date, and he's like, "Oh my God, you did something to me." Like as he was seeing me for the first time, was like, "Oh my God, what did you do to me?" Blah blah blah. He's like, "You're dangerous." Like he's like, "You make me think about another girl that I've met before." It's like I cannot take it more. Like my heart was broken too much. Like it's like he was telling me I cannot be emotionally involved.
Wow.
And I think for me it's hard to understand because I'm able to auto-heal myself, and I feel it's human to feel emotions and to cry and to be broken. And it's not easy. It's painful, but at the same time, to not be able to reopen your heart and to stay in the past, For me, I guess it's a skill maybe that I have, but I'm really a positive person. Like you see my T-shirt,
Yeah.
optimistic club, and this is something I want to talk about too because it's a big red flag for me too. Because I'm a very positive person, especially surviving what I've been surviving the last 5 years as the targeted individual. I'm so positive in life. Plus, not just that. Like as I see people, even if they did bad thing to me, I try so hard to continue to see their potential, their hard who they are. And then I try to see them more beautiful than they are. Like I really put people on pedestals. Like I want people to feel good next to me. Like I'm not the person who will put down others to feel better. You know what I mean? There's those type of people, right?
Yeah,
but I'm like always you like you're beautiful, you're this, like. And I love that about me, to be honest, that I'm so positive. So a man that is negative, that's why I've ended things with the last relationship. One of the big reasons is because he was living in the past. It was always coming and using things to put me down. It was becoming very heavy. And now I notice like the value of having a positive man. Like I will value it more like in the future. As I had experience with men that are more toxic, that are more negative. I will really value like a positive person that can move on. And you know, I've seen someone saying this online. I was like, he said, how do you want to move forward with someone if you only see the negative things and you live in the past? Why don't you just see all of the things that someone did for you? Why don't you just focus on all of the beautiful things that this person is? Why do you see all the negative? So
some people are used to looking at all the negative and they don't realize the positive side. Or example, when you're dating someone and you break up, most of the time, what do people remember? The bad stuff, the negative stuff. They'll never say, or they'll never remember the positive or the good. Yeah. You know, and obviously the person that's heartbroken, I mean, you're gonna live in the past because you haven't moved on. Okay, which is, you know, some people take longer than others, right? But it's and if you can't move on, I think you just have to accept the fact that you can't move on.
Do you believe this out there that he?
Yeah, I believe there's guys.
He said no.
Yeah.
Does it exist?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so if you're a man out there, let me know in the comment section if you ever said no to a woman before, as she presented herself like in front of you in like a sexy manner.
Absolutely.
You said no.
Yeah.
Many reasons. An attractive woman.
Yeah, sure.
Whoa.
Sure. Because of where I am in my life, you know, like I'm allowed to say no. I'm allowed to refuse. One, I know my self-worth. I value myself. I respect myself. Doesn't mean because a woman will get naked in front of me, I would have to sleep with her. Is there temptation there? Of course, there's temptation, and I know. Like maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, 9.5 men would have probably slept. But it depends how strong you are too and what you're looking for. So yeah, I've refused, obviously, more than once.
Oh, that's impressive.
I don't.
And to be honest, for me, I'm kind of tired to say no.
And don't get me wrong, Amalia, don't get me wrong.
I'm tired to say no.
No, but don't get me wrong. It's obviously. The temptation is there. Like, I mean, not because do I want to? Of course, 100%. Like, wow, you know, for sure. But
Тут припасы.
It's tough. I have to say it's tough to say no.
Girls, do you believe this? Write in the comment section if you believe that.
Yeah.
You said no to an attractive woman.
I'm sure I'm not the only guy. I'm sure there's guys out there that believe you.
Нашел добро.
Okay, maybe I underestimated some things.
Нашел что-то
was possible. Because I've been saying no a lot more lately.
Don't you feel better when you say no?
Like I had men thinking that because I'm no longer like as young. Like I remember I've dated a man and he told me like, whoa, we're not in high school anymore. Like we're like adult now. Like why does it happen right away? He was like making me feel bad because I wanted to wait and I wanted him to make me feel safe before we have more intimacy. And he started being mad. He was like, we're not in high school anymore. Like it's like if some men think that because women get older, they think it's gonna be faster somehow. And no, because as women we get older, we have more respect for ourselves, we have more confidence, we are more conscious too. And it's a beautiful thing, and I really love to be more aware, more conscious, more in love with myself too. And not any man can have me, and you have to show me that I'm special. Coffee date or dinner date?
No, dinner date, absolutely.
Dinner date?
Yeah.
Me too. I feel like, to be honest, if a guy asks me to just go for a coffee, I feel like he's like being cheap. For me, this is how I see it. It's like, if you, I know you're like you don't want to be too invested and you want to go fast, and because you don't know the person, you don't want to be stuck with them. But I feel like you should see dating as like also meeting people, and you can meet some friends. You can take like 2 hours of your life to have a dinner and have conversation and be human, instead of just showing up for coffee and see, oh, is she good looking enough, or is he handsome, or is he good enough? You can take the time to still have a full dinner. Like I have some men, like I was not interested, I still stayed for the dinner, still like got to know who they were, to be human and to make friends, even if it doesn't work. Success is not just about one thing. You can be successful in different things.
Many things, yeah. Obviously, for sure.
That was all for today's episode of Fairy Tale Tea Time with Phil.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
It was a pleasure.
Надо бы обыскать это. Не разбредаемся. Давай, собирай тут все. Плотно работаем. Не разбредаемся. О, заебись, надо пошариться здесь. Тут надо пошариться. Так. Тут надо пошуршать. Погнали! Ай-яй-яй, не нравится мне это место. Я поломался! Работаем группой. Верно, 12! Так, выход обнаружен. Пора съебывать.
Welcome in Fairy Tale Tea Time.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Fairy Of course. So it's so exciting because it's been a while that we wanted to meet each other, but it was never working out.
It's been a few years since we've seen each other in person.
Exactly, when people that wants to put themselves out there.
100%. Don't care about the night.
Yeah, and for me, I think it's just a natural process too.
Yeah.
Because at first you're so scared. Like I remember, I was receiving thoughts that were like, do live videos. I was so scared of doing live videos, and I just started doing live videos on TikTok. And now, to get used to talk to the camera and be yourself, that's another thing that's very hard.
It's hard.
Because like we're all like, oh my god, acting in a weird way when we're filming with the camera. So what's your tip, Amira, to act like, to look natural in front of the camera?
Honestly, for me, what started helping is, and I struggle with this too, but I think if you start acting like you're on FaceTime call with your friend.
And split the bill. Tell me about it.
Okay, honestly, only once, because I'm really good at picking people that I go on dates with. Usually, like, I know what kind of quality I'm getting. But when I was younger, I think I was 23, 22, like a long time ago. And this guy took me to a crepe place. So,
Okay.
like a really cheap crepe, yeah.
Okay.
So we went, it was maybe $12, $13 crepe.
Yeah.
And then the bill came, and the woman says, are you together or separate? And he goes, oh, like two.
Yeah.
And I was already pissed because it's $12, but whatever.
Yeah.
I take out my debit card or credit, whatever, and she goes, oh, it's cash only. And I didn't have cash. So she said, oh, we have an ATM machine downstairs. So that's not closed. And this guy let me get up, go downstairs to the ATM machine and get like a $20 bill for change. And obviously I left. I'm like, I'm never seeing this guy again. 2 hours later, he texted me like, oh, I had a good day today. We should do it again. And I said,
Oh my god.
never again. Like,
Oh my god,
yeah,
that's
no,
crazy.
it's a turn off. if the
Yeah,
guy doesn't-
turn
what,
off.
What about you? Have you had-
I feel like if I have to pick one story where it happened to me, it would be like in Miami. I was
Oh,
on a
in
date. Yeah.
in Miami of all places, you would think there that wouldn't happen, but
Yeah, I was on a date with a guy there, and then we basically, and then the guy, like, once he saw after the dinner that I was not staying and continuing the night with him, he was starting to yell at me. He screamed. He was like, give me an e-transfer, you gotta give me half of the bill and everything.
Ew.
So basically, if you go on a date with a girl and you expect to pay for dinner so she stays with you after,
yeah, get
and that's
prostitutes.
crazy.
Like, it's
yeah,
like they want,
yeah, exactly.
they think you owe them something because
Yeah.
they paid for a chicken wing. Like,
I like that.
I'm sorry, like, no.
A chicken wing.
It's a chicken wing. Like, yeah. Honestly, the audacity some men have.
First of all, like, at the age we are now, we are more difficult. We can recognize more the red flags. We
Exactly.
can see
Yeah.
what's happening before it happens, and we know more what we deserve. I feel like, I don't know if you
are aware of this because I did my spiritual awakening in 2021. And when this happened, I was able to kind of understand that I was not my thoughts, I was not my body, I was a lot more than this, I was my soul. I was also aware more of which world we were living in, which I didn't know before. So I was just like a little puppet, a little doll before, at the mercy of Flintstones, of a programming, of anyone that I grew up with who would influence me directly, because we are the average of who we surround ourselves with. And so once I detached myself from this programming, from those people that were around me in my life when I didn't even know what world we live in, this was a life changer, and abuse and taken advantage of, and this is what we don't have anymore. And so
I think most women can relate to that. Like most women have a story, and by the time you're 30, I think you have enough experience to really know what you deserve, your worth, your non-negotiables. Like at this point, I know very early on if someone is worth going on even one date with. So that's why also I think my dating life is a little bit slow, because not a lot of people even get the chance to get a date. You know, it's like I don't see any potential. I see the red flags. I can't afford to waste time.
So what advice could you give to people, like to do like research? Do you speak to the guy like a lot? Like, do you text the man like for so long? Do you like do FaceTime before you meet them? What do you do before you meet a guy?
Okay, so I try to find something about them on social media, or their LinkedIn. I think it's okay to creep someone and try to find, as long as you're doing it for the right reasons. Yeah. So what I usually do, I try to find out what they do for a living or where they work, their social media presence. Personally, I prefer when a man does not have a big social media presence. I have social media because I create content. Yeah. But when you're just consuming social media and you're just following all these IG models, that is a turn off for me. Like, you're not doing it for work. Why are you doing that? So I try to see how many people they follow. That's a big red flag. If he's following like 2,000 people.
For me, I feel like I used to do this in the past, but now, like, as long as you spoil me, just get me Chanel bags, I'm gonna do obstruction of that. But if
how are you getting people to get you Chanel bags? Like, give us that tip.
Myself, and I don't have sex with them.
Nice. And so, they give you a Chanel bag?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you find me these bags? I haven't found a man to give me a Chanel bag without sex.
I will. I'm gonna film another video on tip out to
I will watch
men
to
give you a Chanel bag.
Yes. Yes. I will not be a guest there.
Right. First of all, this is like, you have to date men that have money for sure. Oh, that's the first step.
Yeah.
And the second one is that you have to hold yourself to show the men that, I feel like it only works, not only works, but in my case, like, I don't have sex barely with men, like, like it's been months since I didn't have sex. Yeah. And I'm not saying, because people see me doing dates, they see me going on dates
and
with men,
and they assume that you're sleeping.
But I did kiss guys. Okay, yes, because this is the way to see if the sex will be good afterwards, if like
I actually
you're gonna have a good time. But just hold yourself, don't give them what they want, and then like if they promise you something, you don't do anything until they give you what they told you they will give you too. If a guy tells you, I'm gonna give you this, I'm gonna give you this, and he's giving you false promise and false hope, just don't give it to him. What he wants. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, you don't hold yourself, masturbate yourself, like do whatever you want, but just don't give it to him. You have to be patient and see multiple people, go on dates, because you can't just limit yourself with 5 dates, and then on these 5 dates there's a programming that will influence one guy to not talk to you anymore,
It was gonna brainwash another one. Then you're gonna have curses. Then you have jealousy. Then you have a guy that is just broke, or then you have a guy that is like not gonna be patient because he just wanna have sex with you, and or a guy that you won't like.
Yeah.
You won't like, or you won't like you. And so the chances to find one that the stars are aligned
everything
and that it's
out,
like
yeah.
working out, it's not easy. So
Yeah.
my advice to all of the people is to be patient and to see a lot of men, to
Yeah.
have your big like if you can go on 100 dates with 100 different men, do it.
Yeah.
Don't content with yourself with 2-3 men, because those 2-3 men, they will be controlled by those oppressive forces
Yeah.
that don't want you to find love, that don't want you to have this channel back, don't want you to have that ring and to get married.
Yeah.
So you have to expand. Don't stay alone and go see a lot of people.
I think that's an amazing.
But don't sleep with them. You can just kiss them.
Yeah.
You're allowed to
And
just kiss.
And if
No,
they don't
nothing
wait,
more.
you have 99 other ones, you know?
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a great tip, because
Yeah.
also women tend to be more anxious. They tend to attach anxiously, whereas men tend to be avoidant. So as a woman, if you have anxious attachment and you're seeing only 1 or 2 people, if they don't reply to you for 6 hours, it's going to consume you. Like, why is this person, you know? And you should never.
What do you think about this?
Okay.
Because so I had problem with this.
Me too. I'm under
like in my relationship. So men were like, why do you don't text me when I'm at work? Like and they were blaming me because I would not text them. I would not call them during the day. I was like,
So they were the anxious ones.
yeah, because I was like,
Interesting.
we have a life, you know, like I don't
Yeah.
like text. Like if a man texts me, what are you doing today? I'm like, why are you not just asking me,
I
like,
agree.
come, like, get ready, we're going to dinner at 8. I don't want to tell you what I'm doing today.
I agree.
I swear, I get mad. I'm like, stop, and oops. And then I stop answering.
The same too sometimes. I think
Uh,
it's. How do you?
That, but that's just annoying, like, sorry, like, when a guy just, he doesn't have a conversation and he's just bothering you, taking your time, instead of just
Yeah.
asking you out. Like, stop, like,
Just tell me to be ready for 7:30 and let's go for dinner.
Don't tell me what I did today. It's a lost
Yeah.
of time. I'm trying to be a billionaire here and don't have time
Exactly.
to tell you
Don't
what
have
I'm doing.
Time for small talk.
So-
Either take me out or keep it moving.
To only be available if he's asking you out, or if he's proposing
Mm-hmm.
activities or a nice thing, or if he asks you to go shopping.
Ooh,
Like,
at Chanel.
yeah.
That-
Right. So probably you saw those men online talking about how women expire
Yeah.
faster than men supposedly. And then, you know, those men, they look proper. They look like the man that gives flowers to their woman every day. But then they are there, the douchebag, like coming from Harvard University, thinking they're like the king of the world. And they really think they're intelligent to say this.
They are,
They
yeah.
really say this with so much like enthusiasm.
Yeah, enthusiasm. I think.
And they think because they're like, oh, but that's the truth. I'm seeing it. So like,
Well, here's the thing. Do you know the common denominator between all those men is that they're typically men who had to work and like go to an Ivy League school or get a really good job because otherwise no woman would look at them. And then after they get to a point where they feel like, oh, I'm successful enough, they feel like they should be with a 25-year-old their entire life. If a woman is, God forbid, 35, she's expired. She's not good enough for them. She is, you know, not fertile enough.
don't you think those men should go to prison to say this out
Honestly,
loud?
I think it should be a crime. I think it
Yeah,
should
right.
be a crime.
You think we should change the justice and the?
I am down for that. Yeah, I would be down.
We
for
should
that.
add this to the change that
Yeah.
needs to happen in this world.
100%.
If a man is being caught talking about the age of a woman, or they jail time.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So men out there, if I see one more video,
Oh.
I'm gonna like, what I'm gonna do actually.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna let you. I'm probably just gonna laugh at you because
Yeah.
it shows like how miserable you are to talk
Honestly-
about the physical body of a woman. It shows that you feel inferior to the woman.
100%. It's-
Because women, we don't need to talk about your age. We don't need to feel superior to you or talk about. Why do we talk about, like, what do we say about men? We just say that they're starving for sex.
Yeah.
Do we say that they are expiring, or do we say
Never,
mean
no.
thing about it? We just, but like saying those type of thing is just mean, cruel,
Yeah.
and disgusting.
100%.
You know,
It's
A man should never talk about the age of a woman.
Problem
What
is-
turns you on, Amira? We want to know.
Obviously, honestly,
What's your ideal type? What turns you on?
ambition. And I'm not saying like, oh, they have to be rich, but they just need to have a lot of just ambition. Like, they're not lazy. They want to make a change in the world. They have a goal, whether it's to be a billionaire or to feed, I don't know. They need to have ambition. Obviously, strong family values are really important to me.
You want to have kids?
I do want to have kids. I'm at a point where I'm okay if I don't have kids, because I need to find the perfect man. And if I don't find that perfect man, I can adopt a child, but I'm okay with not having a conventional family, because I think a lot of people settle for someone who's not perfect for them just because they feel this society pressure to get married and to have kids. And I am beyond that. Like, I'm already 32. I don't need to find a man. It's fine. If it doesn't happen for me, it doesn't happen.
That's so good, and that's the same thing I tell myself. I'm like, I will finish in a castle with cats and dogs and whatever. But like, if you don't find your right fit, like angels, they don't live in hell. So if you're not gonna make our life a paradise, bring us to Chanel to spoil us and to make our life better, like, no. And I say Chanel, but it can be also just flowers, good attentions. Like, we don't need to have a rich man also talking about this. I don't know what you think about that, but what I've seen from my dating life is that actually the supposedly rich men, they brag about how much money they have. They have a nice car. I've been on date with really rich people, and let me tell you, often they're not generous. So what's the point? Like, you're gonna tell me I have this, I have a car, I have that.
How do you think people get rich, right? It's not by spending money. Usually, some of the richest people are very cheap.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not about a rich
Money
man.
does not equal generous.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
So we're not looking for a rich man. We're looking for a generous man, a classy, a gentleman.
Someone who buys you flowers and gets you iced coffee and tells you, let's go shopping here, even if it's winners. I don't care. It's the effort, right? But with ambition comes money. So if they have plans to work hard and make it big, then obviously that leads to money, but you're in that process with them.
Yeah, like what's like for me, I guess the guy has to have just a minimum, you know, this, like, we don't need to have, we really don't need, honestly, to have, like, because like I saw this cute clip of a woman, and she's like, honestly, we don't need that much money, like, to be happy or to be comfortable. But like, there's also a limit. Like, a man has to be comfortable to be able to travel, to bring you a security and to make your life better. Because I'm just gonna stay at home if you don't make. I'm gonna stay alone if you don't make my life better.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I feel the exact same way. I think it's not about money. It's just about their effort and their generosity. That is the biggest turn on.
Not about what the man looks like, and it's crazy because it's so in me, like, it processed into everything that I am. It's like how I feel next to a man, like his charisma, like his energy, how he touched me, how he talks, like how he treats me, like. And you can't explain this. You can't control that. I'm not sure if we can call it love, but we can call it maybe chemistry, or you know what I would tell you is, life doesn't give you always what you want. It gives you what you need. So I feel like at this point, if I look back to all my exes that I had, I have no regrets because I was always in a different phase in my life, and all the exes that I was with, this is what I needed at this time. Right now, like let's say I'm a targeted individual for 5 years. I'm building my association right now, the Army of Angels United, to stand up for the rights and liberties of people, to stand up for homeless people, to stand up for art attacks, for like a lot of different survivors of this world. And I have a specific need now. A man needs to be there for me, needs to be present. I can't be with a douchebag that is just like thinking about himself. Like even like I can't be with a younger man. Like a man has, I need to have a man, and I'm not scared to say it. I don't want to be alone. I want to have a man in my life, you know.
Same. Yeah, I think everybody feels similar to that. But honestly, for me, physical attractiveness is important. It's obviously not the only thing. And if you're just physically attractive, you don't have ambition, you don't have anything else going, you go from a 10 to a 6 very fast. Yeah. But at the same time, it's really hard for me to go with someone who has it all but isn't attractive. Like that's my problem, is I need to be very physically attracted. That's also it's harder for me to even be sexually attracted to someone if they're not my type. So that's my problem because I go for good-looking men, but good-looking men know that they're good-looking.
You ever had an experience giving a chance to a guy that was like maybe not your type, and then he switched the script on you?
I did. So I used to go. They need to be 6'2" and taller, and I had a very specific type. All my friends will tell you that I find men that all look like they could be in a police lineup. They have a very specific type. The not so good-looking guy ended up breaking up with me,
flipping the script on you.
So after that, I said, nope, we're going back. I'm not. They're all gonna be.
I swear to God. You know what I've noticed? I had the same experience. It's crazy. I swear. And I'm not judgmental. You know, everyone is cute. Everyone looks good. I feel like we're all cute little souls. We're so cute.
Yeah,
Everyone has their own thing. But I have to admit, I felt like I was underestimating those who were maybe like not like the most beautiful ones, we can say it like this, because I felt like they were the ones that were even more difficult. So like analyzing more the tiniest little details, and I saw a guy talking like, he was talking about the face structure of a girl and like this. I was like, are you kidding me? Like. And that opened my eyes. I was like, okay, you look like this, and then you start looking and analyzing like you what, like you're gonna like.
Because, you know what? Because men are naturally more confident than women. When women look into a mirror, they see their flaws. They think, oh, like I have a pimple or my jaw. Men look in the mirror and they could be a 6, but they go, ooh, I look good today. They don't have the same problems as women. So when they're already mediocre, average, let's say, and they think they're great already, and then a good-looking woman gives them a chance, their ego is through the roof, because that's why. And then they flip the switch, and I refuse to have that happen again. So
that's what true love is actually, I've noticed in my life that I felt the hardest for those who were actually not my type physically, that were actually, even physically, I didn't like certain things about them. And then I feel like these are the people that I felt the hardest. I really started to have feelings for them, and what I didn't like about them physically, I started to see it in a beautiful way. And I think this is true love. There's some people that will love you in the worst of your time. They will accept you the way you are, and they will not want to change you. And so I saw that man again. He wanted to see me after. We're not together anymore after. And I was seeing how he would talk about his religion, and I was just seeing how demoniac, how controlling, how low low it was to talk in that way, because you know, when you do a spiritual awakening, I'm not saying I'm better than someone, but religion is very about division, about like about judging others.
100%.
There's something demoniac about it, and once you do your spiritual awakening, I'm still Christian. I'm Christian, Catholic. I will always keep this religion for myself. Like I feel the Bible. There's good truth. There's good things about it. But I decided, and I told God, I was like, do you allow me to keep some of my religion that I was born with, and to also make up my own conclusion with my own experience, with my own perspective of the world, and combine both together, so you can be open-minded and you can be actually a light and not a devil.
Exactly, yeah.
What what religion are you?
So I grew up Muslim, and in some ways I take a lot, there's amazing things in the religion, and then I think the worst part about any religion is what people make them do, because people who tend to be the most religious are very judgy people. They try to do God's job, and they judge, and they think everybody is a sinner.
They become the devil, yeah.
Exactly. So it's ironic because they become a devil, which is usually a bad thing in every religion. So it's like, what are you on? So I try.
Or terrorists. They become terrorists.
Exactly. So I just stay in my lane, and I take what I like from the religion, whether it's charity, giving, and in Islam there's fasting, which is really good for your mind, body, and soul. It's
killing the parasite. In the Bible, they say that parasites are actually demons.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Really?
So I was on this podcast, and I was just saying I was dating a doctor. My ex, I lived 1 year with him in Miami.
Yeah.
And because of that, they called me the gold digger, because I was dating a doctor.
God.
I don't know what's their problem. Yeah, it was generous. Not at first though.
Okay.
Because I waited 6 months before we had sex together. Just so you know.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I made a guy go.
But at first, he was not generous at all. Like, I remember I wanted to buy a $20 dress, and he was mad. And I had to do a crisis and start crying in front of a store. I was like,
$20 dress.
And I was like, if you don't get me those shoes, we're over.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I get it. You don't.
And then after it started to really change, because we had a real relationship. Okay. But again, there's no secret. You have to be patient. You have to be serious with the person too.
You need to do a podcast episode on how to make a man wait 6 months.
Yeah. So yeah.
How?
We're gonna do one together.
Okay. Yeah.
But okay, so just to come back, so those bastards, by the way, I don't do my research. I show up there, and then they just wanted to put me down. And I was having different opinions, just like you said. If people judge others still on what they wear today, all dumb and like...
It's 2025.
Oh my God. So that's one thing that I was saying. I was like, first of all, there's people that will be covered in clothing. They will look like the most perfect, respectful woman in the world, but they will be there having sex with your best friend.
Yeah.
While you have this girl showing herself with this sexy dress, showing her boobs, showing herself in a bikini, but she will have more values, more respect for you. And if you don't understand this, and this is a simple thing that I was saying, and those animals, psychopaths, all think the show, they came on me telling me I'm a feminist,
what religion?
And then I went from being called a gold digger and a feminist to going to another podcast from my friend in California, Robert, that is now, he published a book about the worldwide genocide that we live in. Can you imagine? And then I was speaking about my story about how I was able to survive being a targeted individual. I survived satellite terrorism. So if you want more information, I have my account on Instagram, TikTok, the Army of Angels United, and also on the Army of Angels I tell people how to survive being a targeted individual. And so, but anyway, so he called me Jeanne d'Arc with a big emotional intelligence. So we see depending where you go, even when with men, coming back to men, from one ex to another, I swear they all have a different definition of me. Some call me difficult, some call me the sweetest, sweetheart. Some tell me I'm aggressive, supposedly.
I agree.
Some tell me I don't want to have sex because I feel like you cannot give the same thing to everyone. It's just normal.
No, you can't. Yeah, but yeah, I think it just shows more about them than you and how judgy they are, and it's sad. I think they're sad people.
And love everyone. I love you so much. Hey. Cheers. These people, they're too big. I love you. Very welcome. But then they'll laugh at very healthy time.
My name is Nessa. I'm a mother of 4 kids and a single mom. I actually have here the producer, my daughter in the background.
What is the real world?
What is the real world?
How I started Fairy Tale Tea Time was after I saw like Flintstones, that I called them. My favorite line from Fairy Tale Tea Time is actually, it's better to be alone than to be with a Flintstone.
Oh, I love that actually.
Yes, and because sometimes we can get lonely as we become like more confident, as we have more experience in life, like for friends or family or lovers, we tend to be more difficult to we let inside. It's not because we are not lovable. It's actually the opposite. It's because where we used to love, we don't anymore. Our taste changes and we want more of life, more of people, more of everything.
And in adding to that, I think that we are more aware of what we want, and we respect our boundaries a lot more, and we're selective of people we let in our life by protecting our peace. So sometimes it's better to be at peace than to be surrounded by people who are like draining you of your energy.
So basically that's what it is. It's like people tell us that we're delusional for asking for more, for staying single even. Like we have like, they're like, but why are you still single? What's the problem?
The $1 million question. Why are you
still single? A lot of people told me, Amelia, why do you show yourself crying? And I think, you know, I remember when I saw other people crying online, it kind of gave me the permission to show myself crying. So it's only after I saw others, so it's like a big change. As people are vulnerable, like, you know, we see those celebrities and people are opening more, being more vulnerable. Like we talk about, like they show more like that it's messy in their house, like real life. They show more like the authentic way, like being messy in your house is like almost fashionable, like whatever, you know. Like we saw one of the girls, what's her name, Alex Pearl. Like it's so messy and she shows like all of the thing and like she's just more authentic. And so it's the same with everything. We're like all a big chain and being vulnerable. And as you see other people showing their emotions, and also girls saying that they were cheating on, you see like all of those vloggers.
It like, normalizes
they cry,
people's experiences.
It normalizes, and then after when it happens to you, you don't feel it as a shame. You don't let this affect you as much because you're like, I've seen all of those vloggers before me like saying, oh, I got my heart broken, this man cheated on me. So you don't take it so personal anymore because you're like, oh my god, there's so many other girls that got cheated on too, that had a man that was not able to love them, not because they're not pretty. You've seen like how much
so many beautiful people get cheated on. Yeah.
And so this is all social media, the power of social media, the power of showing tears, of showing that you were cheating on, that even that I don't think you can say this, but some people were abused too from their own family, and they share the abuse stories, survivor stories. So it's so powerful, and it gives all of us the permission to be more authentic and to show our emotions and to be like, you know what, I love you, but I'm walking away because I deserve more. So you gotta, out there, you gotta keep your heart open and be courageous. Someone told me, Amelia, it's crazy because people think I'm too much if I call them with a phone call. What do you think about this? And then I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not just courageous to love again. Apparently, I'm courageous to call people.
Actually, I'm gonna have to agree with that. I'm not a caller person. I'm a texter first, but I will pick up a phone call. when I can. It's just that I don't have a lot of time to talk on the phone because I have 4 kids running in the background. But it's very true that nowadays people don't call.
Maybe
anymore.
it depends of your lifestyle, but for me, I prefer call. I feel like it's easier.
It's so much faster, yeah.
Faster to see what you want to do, but it depends.
I don't want to text when it comes to real important stuff because I find messages, they come across like construed. It's so much better to talk face to face or over a call. But to have a like conversation, just a chit chat on the phone, that's not my style because I just don't have the time. But yes, it's true. People don't want to be called anymore.
Yeah.
You know, one time I was dating a guy, or I wasn't dating. It was like a talking stage, and he FaceTimed me out of nowhere with no warning, and I wasn't ready. Like all the kids were running around. I had my bonnet on and everything. I'm like, I'm not answering this FaceTime. Like not even just a call, like a video call. Like I'm not ready. You need to give me a warning. I did not pick up the phone.
Wow. But yeah, so anyways, not courageous is the new normal, and whatever, you do whatever you want. And right now, like, I kind of enjoy, like, see me crying in front of you, like, and you know, some people even, like, can mock you because you have emotion, like, let them.
People will mock you no matter what, and you know, some people, social media has this bad reputation of being fake. Everybody's showing only the good side, but then they'll laugh at somebody for crying. But life is not just rainbows and butterflies. You know, there's darkness too. So you're showing both sides, and
it's true, right? You got this question asked often, and again, we're gonna answer like this. It's better to be alone than to be with a Flintstone. My favorite line from Fairy Tale Tea Time.
I'm gonna use that more often now.
Yeah.
It's better to be alone than to be with a Flintstone. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yes. So you had this question often asking you? Because you're a beautiful girl, for sure.
That's the thing. I think people, they see a beautiful girl and they don't understand why are you single. But I find sometimes being a beautiful girl, quote unquote, is almost making it difficult because men lust after you, you know?
Yeah.
They just see the physical attributes, and I'm way past that, you know? I want somebody who's gonna see me for more than just being physical. So it's a guy who's lusting over you. For me personally, that's a turn off. I don't like that. I want him to see past my physical appearance.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really hard these days, like for women out there. I want all of the women and the men too, because there's men that actually have a beautiful feminine energy inside of them, and this is beautiful. And this is my favorite type of men, actually.
Really?
If I'm looking for a man to date, they need to have a beautiful balance of like femininity and masculinity. They need to embrace both, because it really, in my opinion, ruins the potential of a man when they are too much in their masculinity. They need to really show their emotions. They need to show that they are mature emotionally too, and they're ready to be like opening their heart. They're ready to be like invested emotionally. Some men are just so disconnected because of all of the apps, the dating apps, everything. I was just looking back at like what actually it is to be loved in a good way. And so anyways, so what do you have to say about that?
Well, you're lucky to have been loved properly in the first place, because I feel like sometimes you don't even know what it's like to be loved properly. Personally, I was in a very long-term relationship, and I'm just recently getting back into the dating market, and things have really changed from 10 years ago, which was the last time I was actually on the dating market. And when I think back about my relationship with him, I feel like I don't even know if that was real love, you know? So not everybody gets to experience that. So at least, you know, another saying that I really appreciate is, it's better to have loved and lost than to have not loved at all, you know?
Yeah, because love, I really see the same thing. Love is a gift. And as you love other people, like right now, it's also to be loved in a proper way, yes, but it's mostly like I crave to fall in love with someone. This doesn't happen all the time. And even if I'm not loved back, at least for real, I'm gonna tell you honestly, I really think that loving someone, falling in love with someone is a gift.
It's so magical.
Yeah.
It's like the best feeling in the world.
Even if they don't love you back, you gotta learn to walk away and fall in love again.
But being not loved back is just a learning experience, you know? It's just God's way of redirecting you to somebody else that's more meant for you, because there's no point of putting your energy into somebody that's not going to reciprocate the feelings. But you're right that falling in love is beautiful nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's also different kinds of love. You know, there's romantic love, there's friendship love, there's different kinds of love out there. It doesn't have to be romantic all the time, so you can find love in so many different ways as well. For me, I have a lot of love from my friends, from my family, from my children. So even though I may not be romantically in love with anybody, I still feel a lot of love, yourself included, you know, like you have good friends around you, you have good people around you, and that's what makes it possible to be single for a longer period of time and to not rush into a relationship just to be in
I'm kind of jealous. I want to have like 10 babies that cries everywhere. That's what I would say. And
you'll be surrounded by love, that's for sure.
Yes, yeah. I don't have kids yet, but I really do want to have. And not just the pressure to have kids, but I really want to be like falling in love with a man. Like I'm craving this right now. Like I'm like low on love. Like I want to love someone. And like even if they smell bad, even if they're sweaty, and you still love them, like you know, you can like be next to them and not talking, and you're good. And even if they have kids already, I don't mind honest at this point. What do you think about that?
What I think about that is might be a bit hypocritical, but
do you mind if the man has?
You know, my ex had a child, and he didn't have sex with me, so it didn't feel overwhelming. But the truth is, I already have 4 kids. So
superwoman.
It would be quite overwhelming.
Do you see how beautiful she is? With 4 kids.
I really try to not lose myself as a woman, though. So I take the time and effort to. I take the time and effort on my appearance because that's what makes me feel good. To be honest, I love beauty and I love putting makeup, so I'll do it.
You're so good with your makeup.
Thank you so much. And I think I would be open to dating a guy who has children, but it would really depend on how he takes care of his kids. I would not be with a guy who doesn't take care of his kids, because having kids of my own, the way you take care of your children is a reflection of who you are as a person, you know? Like, let's say I have a guy who has children, but then he talks all kinds of crazy stuff about his ex. Like, his ex is crazy, won't let me see the kids. To me, that's a red flag about the guy and not about the girl. Because guys are always saying their ex is crazy.
Oh my god, that's a red flag. There's so much red flag. I just started a series on my TikTok. I don't know if you saw like Find Your Soulmate.
Oh, okay.
And then, but I put the red flag, and now I see them more. But it's so hard to kind of find someone that you gonna love and you're gonna have a chemistry that sometimes you can get past. Like you get over those red flag and you let them go, right? You know what? Like you accept them because
sometimes red flags could even be a turn on. Like you have like a toxic attraction to certain red flags.
No, I don't believe there's a link between. I just think it's hard to have a mutual chemistry and mutual love, and to have someone that is at the level of what I am at, because I'm not better than anyone. You're not better than anyone. I feel like we're all at the same level. There's not one human being that is more or less than someone. All lives matters just as much. The only thing is we're all at different positions, like in different positions, and we all have different tastes, different wishes, different dreams. We all have different values, different ways of seeing the world, and different way of talking, different intelligence. So we're all at the same level, but in different positions. And to find that person that will think like you, that will be able to love you the way that you want to be loved, it's so difficult. So if you have this person today that is next to you, that loves you, that treats you good, like be grateful today.
Hold on to them.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying today. I was like, I'm gonna be so much more grateful when I find that person, because I've had a bit of time to be single and to, see what's out there.
You know what I've noticed a lot is that because now we live in a society where there's so much choice, right? The apps and everything. People give up a lot easier, a lot faster.
Choices doesn't really mean nothing though. Like,
Yeah.
Because you could,
it means that
I could
could be
see
illusion.
I could see like 20 men, and none of them interested me.
Remember the other day we were saying how guys, they like shiny new toys, right?
Yeah.
So they get distracted easily because there's so many choices. So they get the illusion that there's like always gonna be someone better instead of focusing on what they already have and trying to fix that. I find people give up a lot faster, and sometimes it's that illusion of having so much choice. People give up a lot faster and they don't appreciate what they have. They have no gratitude.
Yeah.
And that's like
Yeah.
the realities of modern
At the
dating.
same time, like, what do you think about divorce? Because some people, like, I feel like, you know, the older generation before us, like, for example, for work or for love, it was harder for them. Like, they didn't have all those apps, they didn't add all of those opportunities online to make money. So I feel like there's a hatred like coming from older generation, because they're like, you gotta work hard, you gotta work for your relationship so it works.
Right.
But I believe that it's kind of healthy to separate ways. You know, I believe that divorce is normal, and that if someone walks away, they're just not meant to level up with you. Because what I've noticed is that we all have like purpose, soul missions. We all have things that is close to our heart, and that we want to do, that we want to change the world, or that we want to do for like a passion of work, whatever that we're passionate about. And some men, they will not agree to support you in your dreams. For example, you meet a man tomorrow that you both love each other, you have a chemistry, but he doesn't support you on social media. He tells you all the time, like, why do you film those videos? Like, what's the point? Like, where are you gonna go with this? And then it's always negative. And he's like, just find a normal job. Like, what are you doing? Like, this is stupid. So this gonna come to like maybe kill your dreams. And so it's not just about working in a relationship, it's that sometimes the person that you're with will like interfere with your soul mission, with your dreams, with everything that you're trying to do, by his negativity, by his lack of maturity. Because not everyone wants to grow up, not everyone wants to evaluate and advance. Some people, they only want to stay on the surface, and they will be eternal babies. So that's why I agree that divorce is a good thing, because we are not forced to stay in hell. You know, angels, they don't live in hell. And what are angels? Angels are those who are able to come out of hell and still stay angels. They were still able to be soft, to have their heart open, to show their emotion, to not play games, and to tell people that you have feelings, that you love them, to not play those stupid games of who's gonna love the other one before, and then be drama queen, and then lying and all of that. Not everyone is authentic and honest too, so you understand? Sometimes you gotta separate ways.
I do think that, you know, I believe in making, like, putting the effort to make it work, but I also know that sometimes you've done what you could and it's time to separate it, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know. And if I'm gonna be so much more selective with the next man that I have in my life, because, for example, you mentioned, what if your partner doesn't support, let's say, social media? But that was my ex exactly. Every time I post something online, he's like, who are you seeking attention from? Like, why are you posting it? Like, why do you need likes from other people?
Oh my god, you too? You have a toxic, negative person? Oh my god.
So the next time, now that I'm single, I've actually put so much more effort into social media, because I enjoy it, actually, and whatever happens with it, it doesn't matter to me. So the next time someone comes along, this is already part of who I am now, and they'll either have to accept it or move along. So I'm not going to ever let somebody else take away anything from me again, you know? So it's just being more selective about who you let in.
If you live every day with someone, let's say like you date someone once a week, how are you gonna know that you can live like for a lifetime with that person? Like, so like you gotta go 1 weekend of vacation to see like all the little tick, the way he eats, like the way he smells, the way he acts. You gotta be with the person like 24/7, like for a week.
I think
And
it's a
even
big
goes
test.
Beyond that, it's about how he takes care of his finances, how
Yeah.
he runs his house,
Yeah.
what are his habits. You know,
Yeah.
like it's so much deeper than that, and you can definitely not know this stuff from dating only like once a week. If you're gonna do that, it's gonna take so much longer. I'm in the belief that I would like to take my time, but I know for you, you would prefer to accelerate the process.
Yeah, because I'm not saying like you're gonna. That's one of my tips that I see on my Siri on my TikTok. Find your soulmate. I've noticed that people that take their time, it's good. Like you date once a week. You slowly don't move in together so fast. But that's not what I talk about. I'm talking like to actually go on a vacation first and be like 1 full week together. That's a good start. Not moving in together, but just do one trip together. Like if you can stay with the man 7 days,
yeah,
that's a good sign as if you will be able to have a future. Like to do it like early on, or even to stay 1 week at his house to say like. But a trip is even better. It's more like
you're in a new environment, so it's really testing a lot.
Like
of
I've did the test with some guys. Like it's like the honeymoon, and then after 2-3 days, you wanna like
go home.
You wanna go home. You're like, okay, bye. Like I don't want to talk to you anymore.
So what are some deal breakers that would happen during vacation that for you would be like, okay, I'm clearly not gonna move forward with this?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, like I feel like chemistry is science. Like. I mean, it's either that it's there or it's not. It's like a physical thing, like your skin, your smell. You don't choose who you love. You don't choose the attractions you can have. It's a question of taste.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? The person could be the best person in the world. Like we are like animals deep down.
Right.
We're more than that. Like the problem is that some men. They are strictly just animals. Like we have a consciousness, we have hearts, we have more intelligence now, but they can be the best person. But you still need to have, first of all, this attraction. This is science, chemistry, and you don't choose it. It's either there or it's not. This is the first thing.
You know, it's really funny because when I was much younger, I also had, I feel like it kind of resembles your story with Joseph. This guy, he was like in love with me, and he was the nicest guy, and he could have done anything for me, but I just wasn't attracted to him, and I really wanted to. I wanted to give him a chance, and I wanted to like
because he was like so perfect. So
nice. He had everything that I wanted, and he was treating me right.
It's not fair.
And then you know what? He did die. He died too.
What?
I swear to God, isn't that crazy?
Oh my God.
I was a teenager. It was a long time ago, but he ended up getting hit by a car and he died. And I really I miss him.
In love with you?
Yeah, I miss him to this day, and
Maybe
I really
your
wish.
guardian angel.
I think he is.
I believe Joseph is one of my guardian angels.
I always thought that Phil was my guardian angel to this day.
And Phil?
His
So
name is Phil.
Joseph and Phil.
Yeah.
Joseph and Phil.
Isn't that prophet's name?
I don't know.
Like the name of like
possible.
Jesus' prophet. I know Joseph was. Anyway, it's
Joseph,
very biblical.
yeah.
It's very biblical.
Yeah. Joseph, Phil, I don't know.
Yeah, but yes, I to this day I cherish his love that he had for me, but I could just never pass the line. I could not love him like that. I loved him. I was just not able to like be with him, you know, because I was missing that chemistry.
And I think it's all orchestrated at some point too. So you learn, like, I believe like life is like a school, and it's like a simulation type of thing. Like there's some people that are soulless, like narcissistic.
Oh, yeah.
They start exposing them more online, right?
Right.
So I feel like narcissistic are more like pathological liars, or like those who don't feel concerned about people's emotions. Like they only see like they don't have respect for people's emotions. They don't consider other people's emotions because they don't really have this ability of loving people so deeply. It's still just on the surface.
They only love themselves, narcissistic people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't take anyone or anything that happened in your life as something bad. Just feel your emotions. Like this weekend I was crying all weekend. I did some meditation, some clearing, promising myself that I will never allow men that are disconnected to enter my life. I did like a big manifesting and clearing
and acknowledge your emotion and show your emotion to other people. And if they laugh at you, if they mock you for having emotions and for loving you, then let them having their karma. But what is a deal breaker? Let's say like tomorrow a man invites you on vacation. It's like, I'm taking you with you. Like, what would you not like in a man like that you've discovered over the years?
Well, it's funny because before you were mentioning how you really like appreciate a man who has his feminine energy or who's in touch with it. And I'm looking for a man who's much more in his masculine energy because I spend too much time being in my masculine energy.
Like a provider.
Yeah. I want to
Provider
be taken
energy.
out of my masculine energy. I'm always, and especially as a mom,
You've
right?
been the man in the relationship.
I'm always the man, and I continue to have to be like the man because I have to be the leader of my family. So I'm all the time, I'm on. Like my brain's always on. So I want somebody to take that away from me, to give me the chance to be a little girl again.
Yeah.
So a man who can't plan a date, a man who doesn't have his finances in order, to me, at this point, is a deal breaker. A guy who's too much in his feminine energy would be a deal breaker for me.
Only the crazy one don't change their
Their
mind.
mind.
So we're just talking with our heart, with our voice, and I've caught many people in my life, men and women. They were like, they whisper into fear, like, don't believe in fairy tales, don't talk about God, don't say love will save you. Some were riding big horses, camels, and even dinosaurs. But listen, I believe in saving, I believe in being saved. Not because we're weak, but because we're human. There's some people that are like, that's why like I came up with fairy tale tea time, like making the contrast with like a fairy tale and Flintstones, like those, you know, barbaric men were close-hearted, like if they were like, they had their heart broken before and then they don't love women anymore type of thing.
Right.
And it came with the fact of like men saying like, oh yeah, she's waiting that we save her, and they look down on women and they look at if they are in a good position to pay 50-50 or stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of men like that.
Nightmare, 50-50.
And so it's not everyone that believe that we should save people. Even going to homeless people, not everyone like think we should help this world or others. Some people, they don't feel concerned about the world at all.
Those are self-centered people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe those Flintstones. Again, what we say now, the favorite
Better be
line.
alone than to be with a Flintstone.
Better to be alone than to be with a Flintstone. And when this happened, I had the confirmation fireworks in front of my apartment.
I saw you posting about that actually.
Yeah. Have you ever felt that you were someone's savior or that someone saved you?
I don't think so. No, actually, I don't think I've.
You never saved someone or
You know, I thought I was helping, let's say, my ex, but in the end, he just resented me for things that I was, like.
What is
he was? He didn't appreciate it. You know, it made him.
Oh, he took you for granted. Took what you were doing for granted.
Not only that, but he started to dislike me because of it. You know, like he was almost annoyed. I think he was maybe jealous that I was able to do more for him than the other way around.
Intimidated.
Yeah, intimidated, exactly. So I would think about it twice the next time around. And I don't think that I was ever saved because I have always been kind of like the savior, if anything, in my relationships, and that's why that I really don't want to do that again.
So I believe what's coming for you is someone that will save you in a way.
I hope so.
It will bring out the best. Like money will enhance more what you already are.
Yeah.
A man will enhance more of what you already are. So like money does save people. So a man does save people.
Yeah.
You know, they just enhance what you already are. Again, so if you are in a chaotic place as a woman and you don't do this work, you don't do effort, you don't work on yourself, on your body, on your mind, even if you have money, it will still be chaotic. You're gonna spend all your money in alcohol, or you're gonna go do stupid things. So again, yes, people can save you, and this is what you already are. And so for me, people, definitely 100%, especially since my targeting, since my human trafficking story. I've been with men that are older than me, that helped me a lot in all the aspects of my life. They definitely act like saviors in my life. They definitely enhanced a lot of things that I was. They helped me a lot, and this was my choice, to be with savior, we can say. Can love heal trauma, or does it only highlight what we still need to heal in ourselves?
If it's the good kind of love, I think it can heal a lot of things. True love will allow somebody to heal, and I think maybe the wrong kind of love will enhance the trauma a bit, the same way that you're saying money can enhance what's already there. It's the same thing. Love can enhance it, or it can heal it. It really depends on how you are receiving the love, and if you're ready for a change. What your state of mind will matter a lot when it comes to that, I find. Yeah.
That's so good, your example. To continue with what we're saying, like Grant Cardone, when he talks about psychology behind money, he says money will enhance what you already are. Mm-hmm. So if you're a bad person, you will be if you have problem addictions, if you're not able to deal with your money, it's gonna be worse. Even with more money, you will not be able to take care of it and to make more. And same thing with the man or lover or savior.
What is the real world?
What is the real world? These people, they are dream killers. What you want is only in the 1%. You dream too big.
Everybody's showing only the good side, but then they'll laugh at somebody for crying. But life is not just rainbows and butterflies. You know, there's darkness too. So you're showing both sides.
I want to talk about traumas is that this is a deep question, because to be honest, that is why I'm still single today, truly. And I see it very loud, is that I've been with men, unfortunately, that carries a lot of deep wounds, childhood traumas, like unresolved child traumas, like a lot of men out there actually. And I am here to break generational curses and traumas, and not to repeat the same pattern that my family happened before, to have a complete sacred love that is not toxic. And I'm very proud that I chose myself, and I left and I walked out. And I believe that unfortunately love is not enough. And even if you pour all of your love, and again, like we talked before, that you see this person, this piece of shit, into the most magical, the most special, the most positive person, this will only put his head higher in the sky. And then when he has the chance, you will be on the floor, on your knees, begging, and he's just gonna abuse more of this control, this power that he would have on you, as you try to change him, as you try to love him, as you try to heal him, as you try to just make him better. So I think traumas can only be healed by yourself, as you take a conscious decision to forgive others, forgive yourself, and go within and question yourself. Some people, they will never question, and some people actually, you know what, we're gonna finish with this after that. Some people, they just want to make money. They want to make money, they want to have sex, they want to have trophies, they want to just buy things, they want to show that they have a good life on paper. They want to live in those illusions. Life is ironic. I don't know what to tell you. Like, people will judge and make assumption still of what people wear today.
Yeah. Well, you can't please anyone.
But imagine,
someone's
people,
always gonna discuss.
But look, people still judge people in 2025 based on what they wear.
Right. I know. Yeah.
Do you know that there's people, they look like homeless, and they're like one of the wealthiest, most successful people, and you're there thinking that if a woman wears like a cleavage, or she shows like,
she was asking for it.
Yeah, or that she is not a good person, or she doesn't have good values, or that.
Yeah.
And then this woman that puts her like
hijabs or like
and she's a better person because she show herself out there that she it's all about like comedy show, like showing yourself, like
it's an illusion.
It's everything is illusion.
Yeah.
So you can't really judge nothing unless you know them. That's why like when people come at me, they're like, "Oh, this one is the bad person. This person did this." I discovered myself, and I
make your own opinion, as we all should, to be honest.
Tell us in the comment section what you thought of our discussion. If there's certain thing that you don't agree, put your opinions below. And I'm gonna see you in the next episode of Fairy Tale Tea Time. Yeah. I love you. Peace. Your spirit has been calling for answers. You're not imagining it. Welcome, Amelia Special Show.
Hey, I'm Chelsea. I'm another target from Arizona.
Yeah, so here's Chelsea. She's a courageous whistleblower, an amazing, courageous woman. Honestly, there's not a lot of people who have the audacity to walk out of a cold and expose the healthcare system and expose a prostitution ring of electronic torture on how they are being paid also, and how money has been deposited in our bank account, how our checks have been got bigger, and how much they ask her to lie to patient, and how much basically their organization is working overall on how they target pretty girls in society, not just girls, but I think we saw it like with targeted justice. Those people were flagged. I think like 70% or 60% are women. Anyways, there's a majority of women that are being flagged.
Yeah, so she's right. So when in order to do this targeting to us, they have to place us on the terrorist list. We learned that from Targeted Justice, and 60 to 70% of the people on the terrorist list are women, which is ridiculous.
And kids are on the list too.
And kids are on the list.
They're putting kids of 5, 6 years old on that list too.
5 and 6 years old.
You know, I'm gonna do a video very soon of a movie. I shared this story where in the old times they were playing sick games on even like throwing apples as people were like in the sand, and they were just waiting for those people to die as they were like throwing apples, and it was old barbaric like way of torturing and humiliating people publicly. So they have found a way to continue their sneaky way of continuing this barbaric movement. And I really was naive. I was so naive. I don't know about you, Chelsea, but I think we were both naive, and we never imagined how barbaric and violent it used to be in the past. And now they continue the same thing but in a sneaky way, and they do it remotely with technology basically.
Yeah. There you go. Remotely with technology, they can find us through these cell phone towers, these satellites, drones, droids, directional antennas, our own cell phones, stuff like that. Like there's nowhere we can really hide when somebody logs on to like a satellite or something like that. Amelia has satellite stalking like me.
Yeah. There are a lot. Like in my case, they are a lot.
Yeah. So you probably got placed on the terrorist list by your country in Canada, and me. I don't know who placed you, but I know that this Tybro cult placed me. So yeah.
Yeah. So they have to have some link with corruption, basically, in the mafia that they call the mafia, the criminal organization. Those who are basically have stolen some lands, some money, some wealth, like. I went to see a psychic in Miami, believe it or not. I showed myself in front of that psychic, and she came up to me straight up. You have been victim of extreme jealousy. They found a way to override and sit on your energy. And she said that there's an abuse of power in the government in my case, and that basically that there was some lands and some money stolen from me, and that there's that implicated my own family. So we have to do investigations, and again, those who say that we cannot talk against the government, these are not my words. These are words that were told by someone else. Obviously, we need to have an investigation before anything that we actually can know who is behind that. There is a clear abuse of power, and abuse of power can happen in the healthcare system, in the bank system, in the government. It can be you or me, it can be anyone, in any work that exists in this world, from any position. And so we obviously need again to do investigation before saying anything. I'm only speaking words that were told by someone else, like I said, the psychic in Miami who told me that.
It sounds like she was right on.
Yeah, and I didn't know what they were doing. Like she said, sitting on my energy, which is crazy because this is what they're able to do, and it explains also why so many kids or so many sudden death happens, because they can physically add a weight on you. As they left me scars on my ears, they were able to put a weight on my ears since I'm a kid, electroshock on my legs also since I'm a little baby. So they started this prostitution ring of electronic torture on me from a very young age. And who knows what's gonna come next? Like, I am kind of really shocked, but we are about to find out a lot of things. Like everything that has been working side by side, like criminal organization. Because like imagine a human trafficking, how kids who have been missing and people who have reported to be targeted individuals, like we're about to know what started everything and who is working with who, and it's getting exciting to see it, because we have both been victim of horrifying torture.
You're right. We have both been. I want to ask you, so the psychic that you saw, was that the one that you told me they lighted her eyes on fire or something like that?
Oh my god, yeah, we have to talk about that. Okay, so basically I decided to first refuse the vaccination. I'm not vaccinated.
I think that's when you got added on the list, by the way, the targeting list.
No, I was targeted before that.
Oh, that's right, okay. Mm-hmm.
But yes, it could be a potential reason, because there was really psychopath people. You see that you can just do bicycle in the street, and sometimes you see people with mental illness, like on the road in their car. Everyone has seen in different ways some people who have mental illness. So can you imagine COVID times, like 4 or 5 years ago, where people were isolated, how easy it has been to basically enhance some mental illness, some anger that some people have it, and it's like 10 times probably what they had normally. So I think I probably spoke to the wrong people that I didn't want to get it, and at that time, just to have different opinions, some people were almost willing to, they could go very far because you don't have the same opinion, which is very disturbing. It's a lack of intelligence, in my opinion. It is very disturbing that someone will get mad because you have a different opinion. When you think about it, how sick it's that, just think about that. So basically, I was in Mexico during COVID, and I was tested negative, so I was able to travel even unvaccinated. And I had a video that went viral on my other account, The Armenian Angels, that was hacked recently. Unfortunately, I am targeted and hacked in inhuman ways. Even I have some testimony from the Apple Store also. So basically, I was in Mexico for 3 weeks at that time, and the government, the prime minister, announced that they were closing the barrier. They were refusing people to travel if you were not vaccinated. So I was like, if I come back to Canada, I'm going to be maybe there for 2 years without, I don't know. So what I did is I went from Mexico to Miami. Instead of coming back to Canada, I canceled my trip. And there I found my ex, Joseph, who has passed away. So hopefully, Joseph, you are resting in peace right now. And I have a lot of thoughts for Joseph, and I'm also having some chapters for him in my book, and hopefully I can bring justice to him too, because I believe his family was targeted and he was targeted too. Anyways, this is another subject, but I was with him at that time, and I went in Brickell in Miami to see this psychic, and I saw her 1 time or 2 times. And before I see nothing, I didn't speak nothing. I just sat next to her, and she has been operating there with her mother since she was like 10 years old. And at that time, she was 25, 26 years old. So our business in Miami is legit, you know? Like, she is a real psychic. She really can see people, and you know what I mean? Like, she's connected, all the real stuff. So she's definitely like a good testimony. And what she told me is that they targeted her after she talked with me. So it means, explain, and this is going to be a proof and evidence in court that I'm going to use. She is a living proof that they burned her eyes and they targeted her because she wanted to show me how to have access to my Akashic record and some other things. And because obviously she exposed the extreme jealousy in my family, and that I have stolen lands and a lot of things like that. And also that they have been sitting on my energy, and that, so she exposed them basically. And also there's some abuse of powers also. And you know, okay, and I'm gonna finish with that. And basically at the end, she told me, Amelia, we will have to stop talking because there's certain information that you cannot know. Because if you know, it means the reptilian hunters who have tuned into your thoughts, who have been illegally surveilling you, they will know too. And if we want to do this operation and dismantling this human trafficking and terrorism, you cannot know everything. And so she just disappeared after. And she told me they targeted her eyes and her after she talked with me, so that she stopped talking to me. So she has been a whistleblower in that too. A big one. And I think they have been doing this to my entourage and to a lot of people, discouraging people to talk to me, to isolate me. And this is also exposing a larger operation on how they proceed to make people feel like if they're not good enough, as if they are ugly, as if it's too late for them. And they basically play with the entourage, and they do big operation to really isolate this target, this one person. It can be a kid too. Let's say like when you go in primary school, let's say you have a 5 years old, a 10 years old, and then they activate the kids in school so that this kid is rejected, or that maybe the kids start taking drugs from the young age. There's so many traps from the devil that we say, but it's not the devil. It's truly criminal organization. It's a human trafficking to really orchestrate and to bring an individual towards, you know, controlling one person. So let's say you bring someone into bad things, into drugs, or into stealing, or into criminal organization, then they will be able to use that person and silence that person, and maybe commend that person to participate in larger crimes or collective abuse or human trafficking. So this is what I have to say about that.
That is so horrible. That is so horrible. And I have heard of kids being targeted. I have heard of them being gang stalked at school. So that's really, 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 it's like organized harassment, very, very extreme bullying, unnecessary.
It's crazy because we hear kids in the background, and I think in my book, A Little Girl Behind the Yellow Bus, I talk about my childhood, and I really want to publish this book to really warn kids too. 5, 10 years old. It's very important. We're in a mental war, a virtual war, and they can definitely use our kids to do certain things unconsciously. So we need to learn, kids, they need to learn how to protect themselves and how to be in control of themselves too. The programs that I'm building, it's also for kids so that they can be connected to themselves and they can be aware that there's reptilian hunters, there's terrorism, human trafficking, that are able to tune into the thoughts of kids and command them what to do. So we need to, kids, they need to have more protection, and everyone too, from all ages, adult too. And this is what I'm trying to do, to really lower the level of criminality and fraud and serial killers too, because this is all a lack of knowledge and control and self-control. And this is exactly what they do. They disconnect people from who they are. And I want to talk about this, Chelsea. I don't know if it happened to you. But basically, let me know in the comment section if you felt that too. As I was born with a lot of compassion, and I'm very grateful for it because it has been a protection too for me, so that I am not ending up in prison, so that I don't become too greedy. I was always able to come back to my heart and to, you know, what is the most important. And I've noticed how much they have attempted to disconnect me from who I am. I've noticed like how much my compassion was affected at some point, and I was like, whoa. Because my awakening was so strong and powerful, my DNA activation in 2020, I had a mass awakening where I connected back to myself. I was aware finally that I was not my thoughts, I was not my body, but I was my soul, my consciousness a lot more than I ever thought. I was able to be detached of a matrix, detached of satanic lives that once command me what to do, like a neurological control, and Targeted Justice, this amazing association in the United States, they talk about the dark agenda of greedy individuals. They want to enslave humanity into neurologically controlled mass population. So this is exactly what's happening, and how they achieve that is to take the personality, the compassion of people, disconnect them from who they are, like basically their light, their pure soul, destroy them so that they don't feel nothing anymore, so that they cannot even cry anymore. And then this is what we're seeing in a transhumanism and terrorism. They don't want them to have a personality, they don't want them to have any emotions. And it's so very, very sad. And that's what I want to work with people, so that they can cry again, so that they can have their connection again within themselves. Yeah.
Exactly. And you know, it's really important that people do realize that we are going to be neurologically controlled. Some of us are already getting neurologically controlled, like how we talk about it with the energy weapons. Because what happens is this nano dust, the chemtrails, the microbot technology, all that stuff, especially the smart dust that's coming out. Basically, when we just breathe it in, just from it being like expelled, you know, in our foods, in the air, the chemtrails, everything like that, it crosses over our blood-brain barrier, and then it can lodge onto our nerves. And once that smart technology is logged onto our nerves, they can literally remote control it. Can just imagine connected to that smart device through Bluetooth, and then be able to send a signal from a cell phone tower, well, from a satellite to a cell phone tower to your head, to your leg, to anything like that, and literally remote control us. And it's really dangerous. And people, I was completely unaware about it. And now, you know, that I've learned about targeted justice, I've learned about Havana syndrome, people finding foreign objects in their bodies, people being hit with directional energy weapons. Why it's so hard for people to speak out? Because if they don't target you, they can target one of your family members and then get them gang stalked, get them hurt, get them killed, get them anything.
I'm sorry, but we have to speak about the video I've seen today. There's an amazing girl on Facebook. I see her video. She talks with AI and she does amazing montage. She has reached a lot of views. She's getting a lot more popular. It's insane. And the last video I've seen today is about basically how they can swap your entourage. So what they talk about is when they target one person, what they will usually do is they will target the entourage before.
Yeah.
Apparently, this is how they explain it. And then they can swap physically certain member of your family or friends or whatever, and they can bring them into facilities, apparently. And then basically you can notice that there is some clones out there that are no longer your families, but that are acting like if they are. And if you're able to prove that it's no longer them and you bring evidence, you could be able to kind of dismantle the operation and then have those original members or people in your reality. I'm not quite sure. It's kind of crazy, but this is what we're finding out. So it's all about evidence, building like a case.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
So it sounds crazy what she's talking about, the cloning, but it's actually fairly easy. So basically what they can do is they can take stem cells from or they can take cells from you. It could be anything, like your skin. They can think about all the tampons and pads we throw away that have like our actual stem cell and stuff on it with our menses blood. So they can take these, they can literally get a hold of your garbage, they can get a hold of you, whatever they need. They can take the cells, regular cells. I believe what they do is they take the regular cells, turn them into stem cells, put them in some sort of like incubator. Because and here in America, we put babies in incubators. I think it's at 22 weeks now. So they have incubators now that can grow babies from gestation all the way to birth. So the whole full 40 weeks. So they can literally take your skin cells, turn them into stem cells, put them in an incubator, grow the baby, and then download using voice to school or whatever it is, download the neurological control, wake that baby up and start growing it, doing whatever. These are disgusting black projects or whatever like that the government works on. Right. So cloning is very easy. Cloning is a lot easier than what people think.
Look, I have a lot of vision.
Yeah, they could download thoughts into that person's head, that clone's head, literally like your thoughts and stuff like that, and like literally turn it into a little you. They can use voice to skull on it. They can talk for it. We already know like they can talk for us with this weapon or whatever like that. They can hit us with a specific frequency that literally can control our voice box and everything like that and talk.
We can basically affect all of the nerves of your body that you're training. You have a workout. You know what I found out?
Yeah.
Like every move that I was doing, they're targeting live my nerves since I'm a baby so that I'm not stronger. All to affect the full potential of a person. And once you notice how much they cheat and they target to affect your potential, you're like, but why? What's the point of
They don't want you to be better than other people. I'm not really sure. There's so much jealousy. She's very right. Even with this voice to school, all they talk about is how jealous they are of me. So the jealousy is a very real thing.
Extreme, psychic really precisely said extreme jealousy in my family that I've had.
Extreme jealousy.
But it's insane. They can do anything they want. Threaten people to not speak up against corruption. I'm not really scared about it. It's kind of hilarious because, it's already too much what has been exposed already. We are really dismantling the entire operation and orchestration and the prostitution ring of electronic torture. And it's insane what's coming next. It's crazy. And they want to buy some time away and just pretend that nothing happens, but what will happen will happen. And I'm very excited to have this purpose, this mission, and to have this with you, Chelsea. I think you're doing this also for all of the right reason, like both of us. Not to brag, but we have been both pushed. I pushed her to be on social media and she has been pushing me too. It's not coming from, it's not for fame, it's not for that we do it. Now, yes, we would love to have a bigger community and make a living out of this, but the first purpose of that is that we are truly survivors of inhuman abuse that is happening 24/7. For me, since 2021, and I believe for Chelsea since 2023.
Yeah, about 2022, 2023, yeah.
2022, so it started for her at the about the same time. And so we're truly self-victim every day. I denounce it through my yoga. I have a YouTube channel also, Survival Yoga with Amelia. Every Friday, I do live yoga on my TikTok, the Army of Angels United. And basically what I do, I'm very transparent, and I know it looks weird sometimes because I do yoga position and I expose what happens in my biofield, but it's the idea started because I've noticed how much targeting is happening as I was training in my living room to discourage me from training. So I started to talk loudly in my living room, like as if I was a teacher, like a trainer. And then it really helped me. And then I had the idea to just have my YouTube channel and expose what they do in my space to discourage me from training and to maybe connect and help people and motivate some people to move more their bodies so at the same time. So anyways, and so I know it's a bit weird, but we're trying to be transparent. Every day almost I call Chelsea, and I know they have tried to kind of divide us too. Sometimes they told me, Chelsea, she's not a real target, be careful. And then, this is how they do to orchestrate and divide friends or like lovers. And even if they do it and they're able to divide people, I know I sound cheesy, but if they can take the person that you love, it means they were not truly meant to be in your life. And you will believe it once you can learn, once you can know someone that you love even more and that is more aligned with you, that is truly making you more happy. Because you can be comfortable with someone and you can think that you love them, but I believe, they cannot take away the people that are truly aligned with you, like energetically. What do you think about that?
Spirit to spirit, spirit sister to spirit sister. I'm a real target.
No, it's crazy. I swear they were sending me this in my mind. They were like, she's lying. She's not a real. I'm like, do you understand how many videos she has sent of herself, like being vulnerable?
I didn't have to embarrass myself all the time.
Like both of us, like we're putting ourselves out there. Like some people now are jealous, maybe because we're gonna do a living, we're gonna talk on stage, we're gonna travel, we have succeeded to let our ego and to be vulnerable, and we have a price that we paid for that. I got a lot of bad things happening to me from that, like from exposing myself so vulnerable and being authentic like that, but we have paid the price, and now we transform that into something more powerful to influence people and to make a living out of that too. Like we're here obviously to build a community, and we want to have more attention, we want to express ourselves, we want to be understood, we want to have more targeted individuals to speak up, to denounce more whistleblowers. We truly want worldwide to have all of the prostitution, ring of electronic torture, human trafficking, terrorism to be dismantled. And why it's still happening, Chelsea, it's just a question of corruption, of money and buying people. Like for example, okay, I'm gonna finish with that for that part. But like you're the perfect example. I'm sorry, Chelsea, but for me, I never received any money from any cult or any criminal organization. But for Chelsea, they truly were paying her for a while.
Yeah.
And she really walked out of a real cult where she was receiving money for that. So it takes courage, and it shows the level of corruption. And if a girl like Chelsea was being paid to be a part of a criminal organization, and where she was influenced to target other girls and to hack their phone and to monetize that and to look for virgin in society, and also push to lie to patients in society, because Chelsea has her master, she's a nurse, and it's she's the perfect example of the level of corruption in society.
There's so much corruption, and I just barely scraped the tip of it. Like, I was unaware. Like, I thought this cult was like the Illuminati and that they were this and that. They're actually nothing. They're actually nothing. They borrowed the equipment, I'm aware. Like, they don't own it. They didn't make it. They borrow the equipment from who, I don't know. I believe it may actually not be from the United States, but that, like I said, I'm not sure. They borrow the equipment, they have the stuff on their computer, and then they just log on. So that's it. And as soon as their stuff is like borrow, like you know, they don't make satellites, they don't make cell phone towers, so they have to log on and pay somebody to do it. They have a big,
But it's 24/7. So you're saying that they are renting like the equipment to do that?
Yeah, we know the gang stalkers don't sleep, you guys. By the way, they can hit us with a brainwave that completely makes us not sleep for days. They can do it for as long as they want. Like literally, there's now technology with these brainwaves that can make you not sleep or tired for God only knows how long. I have one friend, he's a target, he's gone 4 weeks without sleeping. He's like, I've gone 4 weeks. They don't let me sleep, and then they let him take a little power nap, and then all day and night, all over again. It's horrific what they do to him. Yeah, so they borrow it, and they, you know, whoever else is in their cult also gets access to log on to their stuff. And you know, it's not what I thought it was. Like I was like, oh, so you guys just borrow this equipment, you human traffic, like they buy over the nanobot in our body, I believe, or they just pay to like laser us or whatever like that from the satellite.
Like for me, I do definitely have a lot of scars on my body from the inflammation. Like they were talking about this, like the targeting causes a lot of inflammation in the skin. They can hit you with lasers, so I have like little dots. Like I got this from my family too, from my mother, and like she has that too. But and every day they talk about it. They remind me like, oh my God, Amelia, your skin is like ugly, blah blah blah. And again, some people are like, but who is telling you this? I'm like, you know, if you have an awakening and you have a DNA activation, you start to be in control of yourself. You're no longer a puppet in control and enslaved. You are not in your power, which means you are aware that you're not your thoughts. You are not your body. You are a lot more than this. Your consciousness, your soul, an energy. You are what you choose to believe of this world. And you are finally your own perspective. You see finally yourself the way you are with your own eyes, and no longer with the eyes of satanic lives that may have been there attached to you, or maybe passed on to you from your parents and other generation before. And maybe you are here to break generational curses and traumas, but whatever it is. So if you are aware that you're not your thoughts, and you receive constantly, oh, you're ugly, oh, you're this, like how normal is that? It's not normal, obviously. Like suicide, same thing. Some people can say it's mental illness. No, it's not. It's not mental illness. Suicide is not a normal thing, and it is definitely targeting too. Like an operator and programming remotely.
Operators, programming, voice to skull, gang stalking, all of that. Yeah.
And it's hard to believe. It's so, like, imagine if you're not a target, you're like, what?
What is that?
There's human beings who don't live a life and who are, you know, enslaved in a human trafficking, and they are working for corporations that are watching other people, and they have to influence those other people to commit suicide or to target others and create chaos, divisions, and it's very hard to believe, but it's
very hard to believe, but people get paid for it. People get paid for it, and then they also get money. They live stream it. You know what I mean? People get to, like, you know, they log on through our eyes, so they get to see it like through our eyes and stuff like that, and they get paid to watch people self-detonate. And it's the program is so horrific. Like I said, I about had a psychotic break when I found out about everything that they could do, and I don't even know everything that they can do. I know a lot of what they can do, but the magnitude of what this is, and then to know, like, actually everybody's probably getting voice to skull and doesn't even realize it. They're hitting them with their own voice, making them think they have a thought and it's not their thought. Exactly. So, you know,
call it Tamagotchi for a reason, like
Tamagotchi. They're so disgusting. They will do anything and everything to see our lives ruined, but we're not going to let our lives be ruined. Matter of fact, do you want to kind of talk about like what some of your goals and aspirations are and like some of the positive things?
Yes. So we're gonna finish with this part onto like what we can say, what's something that almost has killed us, we can say, and one of the worst thing that both happens to me or to you. I mean, the targeting, and once we first received the electroshock, and the last few years it happens 24/7. So obviously there's good things that came out of that, being a target, and I'm gonna give you some tips, and then maybe I will give you a few tips and give you my goals, aspiration, and what I think about everything, and you're gonna do the same right after. Okay. So I would say, first of all, being a targeted individual has been so difficult. I received my first electroshock after posting a drawing that I've done on social media. I believe for me it was related to my DNA activation, the moment that I was able to take back control over my body, that I was no longer into addictions, I was no longer into doubting myself. I was in my creative power. And I really believe that it's the cause of a lot of targeting when people are creative, like artists, and a lot of people who are expressing themselves. Creativity is very, very powerful. And so since then, I have to admit that it has been really exciting at the same time to know and to see all of the darkness and all of the programs and all of the behind the scenes. Like I would say, like, let's say I have this example now. As I was a little girl in high school, I would read like the text, probably you read that too, about angels being targeted from hell, right? Like they were trying to explain something in the intellectual capacity that they had at this time. And now we have a chance to have more knowledge and to kind of break generational curses and traumas and dismantle an entire human trafficking and terrorism. And it's exciting to be in the movement like that. Like some people are like, is she crazy? She's excited to be a part of dismantling a prostitution ring of electronic torture. Yes, and it's the exciting part of it all. It's like some people are like, how can she do it every day, being targeted like that and being illegally surveilled? They're invading her space, her privacy. She received electroshocks and blah blah blah. And so for me, justice has become like, I don't know, like it's something so powerful. It's bigger than my life. It's like, I don't know, it's like a force that I have activated. It's like sinking into the universe and the world, and it's like, it's very powerful. So I'm very proud of that. As they targeted me, they activated something big in me, like justice. And so what I want to say is that we're definitely two angels being targeted from hell. And the old text that we used to read as kids, now we're able to put more words for it. We're able to explain it in other ways, in better ways. And definitely hell, I will tell you, hell is all of the human beings who have sacrificed their life to sacrifice other people. Which means they have accepted money, they accepted to be corrupted, in order to have more power, in order to have fame, or because they were extremely jealous, because they had pleasure to see the life of someone else like getting ruined, because they were raised by monsters and they learn how to compete and how to be better than everyone. And it's all a programming that get in store from a young age to our generation. And so to know what's happening behind the scene and what hell is and what they have been doing to my grandmother, to my grandfather, to understand why people have been falling into the stairs, why people have been dying from heart attacks, from car accidents, from all of that, from injuries, like random accidents, sudden death, suicides even. it's very exciting to understand all of what has been happening behind that. And some people, unfortunately, they are leaving this world because it gets too much for them. And this is exactly what I'm building in my website, Amelia's Secret Paradise, is to help people to deal with anxiety, with stress. If you reconnect to your light, even if they try so hard to override your energy and create anxiety, stress, and push you into addiction, once you come back to something powerful like your purpose or your emotion, to your heart, it's very hard for them to override your energy and to push you into something you don't want to do, or to make you act out of character. Because I could have the devil coming on me right now, but I did this inner work. Now I am 1 billion% in control of myself, and this is exactly what I want you to be too, so that you don't become a serial killer, so that you don't kill someone by accident, because they are able to control you remotely and push you to your limits, you know. And this is exactly why there's serial killer. Why suddenly people kill all of their family? Why a man can kill a wife? I was victim of that. You know, I'm not gonna go in details, but I had attempt of murder made on me. You know, and why and how it happens? It happens with this prostitution ring of electronic torture. They're able to possess human beings and put them out of character. And so, if you don't do this inner work, if you don't connect back to your light, to you, this is how they can manipulate you, disconnect you, and transform you into a serial killer. And this is exactly what I'm going to teach you into my programming that I'm building. And this is what I've done. I've done a reprogrammation the last 5 years, and it has been a big one. And same thing with me and Chelsea. I've seen how much they tried to tell me that Chelsea was lying, she's a fake target. They cannot separate us, because, you know, the purpose and the mission that we have together, it's bringing us together for the rest of our life. Like, never we will be able to be separated, you know, because this is so powerful. We have been surviving the same exact things. So this is how I see it. And so my goal now, I'm going to finish with that. And so now you understand what excites me every day, is to understand all of my ancestors that were thinking they were crazy. They would die in their houses with suicide, sudden death, whatever it is, jumping out of a building. And all of this time, it was this fucking prostitution ring of electronic torture, where our own kinds of people were playing behind the scenes with higher technology and remotely acting like them, like Tamagotchis. Can you imagine that? So we're here to honor and bring justice to our ancestors, to your grandmother, your brother, your sister, your friends that passed away. It was not accidental. It was not, it was orchestration. It was monetizing the suffering and the death of human being in a sick, perverted prostitution ring of electronic torture, human trafficking, terrorism. And now I'm excited by that. It's my purpose. And my goal is to speak on stage with Chelsea and with other targeted individuals to obviously monetize that and build a community and change the world and build a movement and raise a $1 billion collective lawsuit so that victims can be compensated financially. And even if you have been the target of this for 50 years, for 100 years, it's never too late to get your justice, to get your compensation, to come in court, to build your evidences that it is digital, like we're doing right now in a video. It is going to be accepted in court. Video report. And if you want to be a whistleblower, I'm going to finish with that. You can always write down by emails and expose, denounce corruption. We need everyone to denounce and to talk about what they know so that we can dismantle this genocide that is happening worldwide. This is real life, and we're speaking from real experience again. And so, Chelsea, you can go ahead.
Sorry, that's right in my ear. But that was beautiful, Amelia, and I'm on the same boat. So, you know, before I was targeted, I would have just thought that this was mental illness. My goal is to help raise awareness and, you know, elevate everybody's awareness or consciousness on what this exactly is, what the weapon system is, even though I'm no weapons expert, but to know that it is coming from an outside force, the symptoms that we're experiencing and how dangerous it is, especially for the younger generation. My goals are to hopefully have everybody who is targeted receive proper care, even if it's just in their home. So, you know, to help you guys go home with proper EEG caps with the Loretta scan that you guys can have 24/7, or some sort of neural monitoring device, at-home EMG machine, so that when we're getting shocked, it all shows up on the EMG machines and then goes back to the doctor. For women and men, you guys do need transvaginal and rectal ultrasounds, because they do sexually assault us with this stuff, so that they can see inside of our vaginas, inside of our rectums, where they're hitting us, where the inflammation is, where we're getting lasered, the overheating, the abnormal vibrations, which is actually buffeting inside of the vagina, inside of the rectum, the abnormal movements. It all needs to be like video recorded, and especially the Dopplers. What they do to your guys' rectum when they like increase all that blood flow to the backside, it's completely abnormal. But if you have the right ultrasound and Doppler, you can catch it and, you know, show like, oh my gosh, all this blood flow is always being sent to my backside. And so that goes back to the doctor. I also want you guys to have like oxygen monitors. I've been choked several times with this stuff. So, you know, like they occlude it, the throat. I don't know how they do it, but, you know, they stop our lungs. They stop us from being able to breathe.
That explain heart attacks,
and
a lot of sudden death. They have done it too.
Right.
I did first. Now they just did it a little bit. So it's very easy for them to affect the life of someone. That's what we're saying. Right. And you imagine how easy it is for them with their tools and technology to end the life of someone. Like, we're talking something very real and very severe here, but it's true.
Yeah. So
yeah, go ahead.
And so I would like for everybody to go home with the proper the medical stuff to at least, obviously we can't like, we're in no control of the weapon, but at least it's documented of what's happening to you, and it's going back to your doctor, and it's being seen, you know, all these like abnormal blood disruptions, neurological disruptions, stuff like that. If they hit you, they can catch it in real time. And then also to get Faraday cages, the good Faraday cages, for everybody, proper documentation, and then also some sort of pain control. I haven't really figured out what exactly that is, the symptoms, but definitely that, and then, you know, just like to help raise awareness and to help bring safety and to help bring like medical testing, and then ways that can, you know, that can guardrail you guys from being sent, or us, I should say, being sent into the psych ward. So when you guys say you're experiencing electrical shocks, well, if you're experiencing electrical shocks, let's put something on your body and see if we can pick it up. Let's put an EEG cap on you. Let's put a heart monitor on you. Let's put an EMG machine on you, and let's see if you're really getting electrically shocked. Because that's the one thing that happened to me when I went to the hospital to tell them I was getting electrical shocks inside of my vagina. They completely thought I was crazy. I was like, you guys didn't even look to see if I was lying. You guys don't even know if I had a vibrator or something stuck in there. You know, I was like, there needs to be like a proper testing, things like that before they want 150 you. Yeah.
What I've just capped right now is basically when I say prostitution ring of electronic torture. The prostitute in that case will be those, let's say, people in the healthcare system, like what they wanted you to do. They are lying to patient and pretending that nothing is wrong, and they're not doing the proper testing and the proper checking. Like, how can you take someone and tell them they're crazy without verifying the fact what they talk about?
Exactly.
Do the proper scan, and
you will see
exactly
right.
The proper scan.
We're getting tore up.
So there's going to be a lot of people who have been trapped down and illegally taken without proper scan and analysis. To say that someone is crazy without verifying what the person says is kidnapping, is, you know, trafficking, it is a human trafficking, what they do. And it also concerning to potential corruption too, that those people can be implicated in a larger operation where they are wanting to have more people into who knows what. Like what they do, what are they doing with the bodies of people when they're no longer here? Maybe they need more bodies, you know? Like, so maybe it's like an entire programs who are inciting certain people to just, like, I'm not going to pronounce myself more on that, but there's enough evidence already to know that there's something abnormal happening, and we need to dismantle that, and we need to proceed to investigations and arrestations, that's for sure.
I definitely agree. You know, I hope that one day in the future that hospitals will have very good Faraday cages that people like me can get into, the very expensive ones. We immediately get our blood tested for any sort of like nano dust technology or anything like that that could be inside of our blood. We're immediately brain scanned and everything. You know, they put it on us and see like, are they getting attacked? And then there's an immediate report to the police or the FBI or whoever the powers may be that they're actually being targeted with a directional energy weapon. And this is actually a medical emergency. The same type of medical emergency if someone came in with a gunshot wound. That's the type of medical emergency that
you know, it's so exciting to know that the identities of those people who have participated in those sick evil programming are going to be revealed publicly. It's very exciting, and what I want to tell you is that you don't need medication. Maybe in certain cases, yes, medication can be helpful. Let's say I have like period cramps, I take an Advil, and it does help with the pain that I may have. That again could be linked to the prostitution ring of electronic torture again, like Chelsea has spoken about the, you know, how do you call it? Like all of our organs here, like
your ovaries, your uterus.
Yeah, my uterus, and like what I've talked about, I was putting myself against a wall. I've done some tests, and I proved that it is really directed weapon energy. I was able to turn myself into my belly or on my back, and suddenly the pain was gone. Do you understand? Yeah. Like, let's say the pain was on my belly or on my back. Let's say they were on my belly here, and I turn over, and now it's in my back now. How can you explain that? It goes from my belly to my back.
Right. I can't stand them.
You know, like, so it proved that they're able to install something and target you. And you know, I've seen those cameras and those surveillance, and it was published on social media, and the person is able to press, let's say they're watching you now remotely, like the things you were doing, like, you know, the scan where they can see your and then they can press and selection the body part that they want to target or whatever it is. So people do not need more medication. They need more protection, more medical equipment, more Faraday cages, more tools and things to put onto their, like, let's say they have head problems, heart problems, legs problems. They need to have like a technology, a protection. Not necessarily always or maybe both. Like, again, I'm going to do a disclaimer. I'm not against medication. I believe in certain cases it can help. But what I'm saying is that we need both. We need also to have the proper protection against the EMF radiation, directed weapon energy, because now, like in the conference that I had in Miami, I was speaking with people that are in AI, and they were talking about how dangerous it is today because it has become very affordable. It is very affordable to have access to certain things. Illegal surveillance, hacking, targeting can be a lot easier to have.
Well, Amelia, I have to get going. This has been a great show. I can't wait to your edits and everything like that. I love you to death. It's getting dark out here, so I'm going to have to get inside.
Yes, it was so nice talking to you, and honestly, continue your good work. You have done amazing, and hopefully we influenced some of you to speak up, and Chelsea went out of a corrupted criminal organization, we can say a cult. How do you call it?
A cult. Yeah, it was a satanic cult.
Satanic cult. And so if you are watching this video today and that you are into a cult, no matter how long it has been, I think it's a good time today to have courage and to go out of it and forgive yourself, forgive others, and become a whistleblower. I think this life is precious, it's beautiful, and we should protect it and really denounce and stop this nonsense also. No one should live this life in pain, and we should all be free of this modern slavery. So I love you so much, everyone. I love you, Chelsea.
I love you too.
Stay
Bye.
strong, everyone. Bye.
You too. Stay strong.
Defcon on Soma FM.
These tunes brought to you by Comp, Nerd Show, Defcon, and everybody who contributes to Soma FM.
Soma FM.
Tracing back all the things that don't compute. 30 miles to lose. The secrets, they don't woo you anymore. first to use, not us. Do what is right.